Which item is that on the agenda?
I mean,
Oh,
19.
19.
19, okay.
Member Carol, can you please turn on your video camera just to check it? Thank you, sir.
My camera is on and maybe you guys, do you not see me?
I can see you.
Okay, then that's our problem.
Good morning, Natalie. Calling in from the bullpen. Can you see and hear me?
Chairman, I believe you can begin.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Slater. I'm chairman of the MDTA board. Due to, I have some dueling board meetings today, so due to a scheduling conflict, I'll need to excuse myself around 10, and acting Chair Sean Powell will continue the meeting, and then I'll be back. Happy Maryland Day to everyone. We have a pretty full agenda. I have, with those dueling board meetings, I'm trying to find a solution for that permanently on my schedule, but I seem to have MDTA board falling on the same day as the WMATA board frequently, and I have to go back and forth on agenda items. So I'm going to be bouncing back and forth, but a lot of good stuff on the agenda, and we're going to get to it a little bit later, but including a really, really positive narrative and rating from the credit agencies affirming our financial health as an authority because of the great work that from everyone here and everyone in the MDTA staff. And even with the challenges that we're seeing with video toll collection and net backlog, we still received a somewhat rare for this industry at this time, really positive credit rating. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with our live streaming law, this meeting is being conducted via video conference, being live streamed on the MDTA board webpage. All members will have their video active during the entirety of the meeting. I ask that anyone who is presenting or answering a question, please turn your video and audio on when speaking. When you're done, just please turn off your video and put your audio on mute. To minimize background noise, I'm going to ask everyone on the line to please mute your phones except when you're speaking. There are no members of the public and no elected officials signed up, and no media pre-registered to comment on today's meeting. For those watching the meeting via live stream, we have posted the materials for today's meeting at the MDTA board webpage so that you can follow along if you would like. Before we begin today's agenda, I'd like to make a motion that we move agenda item 6, which is approval of the fiscal year 2021 operating budget amendment number 3, to the beginning of the agenda so that I can be part of that conversation. Can I have a motion to make that adjustment?
So moved, Member Cox.
Second, Member Bunting.
Any discussion? Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you so much for helping me out with that one. It's an important conversation. But as a first order of business, as we begin today's agenda, is approval of the minutes for the February 25th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from that meeting?
So moved.
Second,
Second?
Member Enzo.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. So let's jump right in with item number 6. I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to bring this forward. This item includes a one-time bonus for MDTA employees, and it's been a tough year for a lot of employees across the state, as well as the close to 1,500 employees we have here at MDTA. I'm thankful for the governor's leadership throughout this pandemic and his recognition of the trying year that state employees have had by providing this well-earned bonus. Our MDTA employees have been on the front line serving our community and are equally deserving of this recognition as the rest of our state employees. Our police officers have not taken a day off in keeping our community safe. Our response technicians have been on the ground providing safe traveling environment for essential workers, including our healthcare workers, and are moving critical goods in the supply chain. Our engineers have even had to figure out how to move to all electronic tolling basically overnight. And our toll collectors just adapted and assisted the Motor Vehicle Administration and here at MDTA to screening customers and our staff. So, these are just a few of the highlights in terms of how our MDTA employees have gone above and beyond to really serve our community. On a personal note, they have made me incredibly proud to serve as chairman of this board. I think the value that they've provided this agency over the last year is worth a lot more than the $1.3 million fiscal note that sits before us today. But I look forward with that. I look forward to discussion, and we will turn it over to Christina and Tanya to present that item.
Great. Good morning. For the record, I'm Chris Thompson, Deputy Director of Finance. MDTA is requesting contingent approval of a $1.3 million budget amendment to the fiscal year 21 budget. On March 8th, the governor submitted a supplemental budget to the legislature to provide a one-time $1,000 bonus to permanent state employees to be paid in April 2021. This amendment is contingent upon approval of the supplemental budget by the legislature. The amendment includes a $1.3 million increase in personnel expenses. The employee bonuses are $1.5 million, offset by turnover to bring the budget in line with the agreed upon amount. In addition, there's a minor reallocation of funds to move management study funding. That's a zero net adjustment that normally the executive director would approve. So with that, if you have any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
Greg, you're on mute.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think that's the 2020 quote of the year, 21 quote of the year. You're on mute. But any questions from members of the board?
So this is Mario. I'll start off, and I do want to echo what you said. I think that it's been tough times for everybody in the state, not just state employees, but we've got many employees throughout this. Well, I've got many people that just didn't get to work because of COVID. We've heard the stories. I don't want to echo them, but we all know there's some pretty bad stories out there. And I 100% agree that, we're proud of our staff. We're supportive of them. And when I say we, I'm talking about us, the board. They're what makes us successful. But I also need to remind everybody that we have a fiduciary responsibility as well. And we got to keep us on sound financial footing. We got to make the right decisions, not the popular decisions. So I'm going to go through a series of questions. I don't know who wants to respond, but I'll let somebody respond. And then trust me, there is an end here, and it won't be terribly long, but I do want to go through some questions.
Sure.
And my questions are, do any of our staff get furloughed as a result of the pandemic? And let me go through three of them, and maybe they can get answered in groups. Did we have any furloughs? Do we have any hours reduced? Do we have any pay reduced during that time?
I don't believe we had any furloughs. I have to defer to Christina and the team or Executive Director Jim Ports for any other of those personnel actions, if there were any that I was not involved in.
Good morning. For the record, Tanya Dorsey, Office of Human Resources. We did not have furloughs or salary reductions during this time.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we kind of all knew that answer, but I wanted to ask just to make sure I wasn't missing something. Obviously, the cost to us is $1.3 million. How much have we lost in the past year due to the pandemic? What is our decrease in revenue? Approximately.
This is Deb. In the 3G update, and as I've been updating each month, I estimate that the year-end reduction in revenue will be $72 million. Now, the vast majority of that, minus being conservative, except for 16 million of that will shift into the next fiscal year. And remember, and Jenny, if I may, you also talked about your fiduciary responsibility, which can also translate to the agency's financial stability. And at the year end, we expect to end with a debt service coverage of 2.5 times. That's 0.5 above the policy levels. Today, our unencumbered cash balances are just on over 400 million. I'll talk about a bond sale a little bit later. We're reimbursing ourselves for some costs, so that'll push it up to around 4.25. And so we're in compliance with all of our policies. And then, of course, we just had our AA credit rating reconfirmed by the credit rating agencies with a stable outlook. So from a financial stability, we remain a very strong agency. We've had a hard year. We've weathered what I call sometimes a perfect storm. We weathered COVID. We weathered going to AET at a more accelerated pace than we planned, and we weathered a transition. Any one of them alone is very, very difficult for a toll agency, and we're weathering through it, all three at the exact same time. So without a doubt, it's been a very, very hard year, but we're still the same financially strong agency we've always been.
Now, and Deb, I appreciate that. And this has not been like one of my easiest discussions I've ever had while being on the board, candidly, because I do recognize the hard work, and I do recognize that we did make it through especially when I'm reading that report this morning that we got last night. I mean, that's great news. However, I'm also taking that step back on how do we operate as a normal business. Our revenue is significantly reduced. We've been able to keep all of our people fully employed and fully paid during that time period. So is it the right fiscal move to make for us to hand out $1.3 million in bonuses? I mean, I know my business, if I wouldn't be doing that. I mean, I want to take care of people and keep them employed as best I could. And let me ask a couple more questions. We're touting the fact that there's COVID money out there, the relief money that, the president has signed into law. Can we grab any of that to maybe use that as bonus money? I really don't want to impact our funds. That's what I'm asking.
I don't believe that's an option. Greg would probably know better than I, but most of those funds go to transit, um, airports, and other facilities. Since a lot of your tolling agencies are private sector, the federal government doesn't normally give out money to the private sector. They give it to the states first. So I'm not sure that's an option, but maybe Greg can elaborate on that.
Absolutely. So there are a couple of pots of money. I think the direct answer to your question in being able to use some of the federal aid that's out there directly for bonuses, I think the answer is no, we can't. But however, what we can do is have the option to use some of that federal aid to offset some of our increased operating expenses or lost revenue during this pandemic to offset some of those costs. I think the issue we'll run into right now is there's several pots of money. The CARES Act was originally passed. That covered mainly transit and aviation. There was really not much else in there. The second one was called CRISA, which is really about, it covered transit, aviation, as well as some COVID expenses, as well as some federal aid for highway services and support based on lost revenue. And that lost revenue could be tolling, that lost revenue could be gas tax, those types of things. We don't have a clear picture on exactly how much that's going to be at this point, but that's certainly an option later on down the road.
Okay. So I'll close with this. Sorry.
I was going to say, and Mario, I believe that some of the legislature was passing a bill to allow some tax breaks, earned income tax breaks for people, and the federal government, from what I understand, came down and basically said that's illegal. You cannot use it for that purpose, and put the bill in jeopardy. So I believe this will probably fall into that same category of giving bonuses / tax relief.
Right.
Gotcha. I'll close with this. Listen, like I said, this was not an easy conversation for me. I've been thinking about it since we got the agenda. I love our staff. They work hard. They've done great things for us. They probably are, the ones that are on here right now are probably not excited about what I'm saying. I understand that. We support our staff, but one of the things that we are responsible to as a board is to make sure we're strong tomorrow, not just today. So that's how I'm thinking. We need to continue to demonstrate sound financial decisions in order to make our trust agreement holders happy, to continue to get those good bond ratings. So I'm going to go on record right now and say I'm not in favor of the bonuses. I'll just come right out and say it. And I'm done.
Thanks, Member Ganjamin. Let me just, before I go and see if there are any questions from other members of the board, let me just add that, in my 25 years in this department, I've probably been in leadership positions for 20 years or so, and I've learned a couple of things throughout the course of my career. Is state employees work 5 times harder than many people realize, and we have a lot of people putting in a lot of long hours and a lot of tough work. The other thing that I see very directly is that their ability to really be public servants doesn't end as they walk out the door. So although we haven't really had to furlough anyone, we haven't had to give anyone pay cuts, we don't know that some of our employees have not dealt with situations at home where maybe their spouse has lost a job, or maybe they've had added expenses, or maybe they've lost a parent, or just kind of those types of things. So I think I'll just kind of add that I don't think our ability to support our employees starts and ends with them just being in our building and kind of serving, because their home and what they're dealing with in general in life can definitely affect how effective they are as public servants. So let me move on to Member Carroll. You have a question?
I'm going to defer to Member Von Paris because his hand was up first.
Oh, thank you. If it's okay, Mr. Chairman, can I speak? Mario and I think a lot alike on what I guess as a business person, I think that way. I go in rationale. I rationalize purchases and so forth that way. And I guess I'm gonna make a couple of comments, and then I'm gonna ask two specific questions as far as this is concerned. I know for a fact that this organization is very dedicated. The employees we have here are very dedicated and hardworking. And I also know spending a lot of money, and I know the MDTA, the authority is unique, very unique. I mean, we have 600 sworn police officers and also civilian personnel. And when you talk about essential employees, that's just about everything that we're about. We have people on the front line. We have people back in the office. Without them back in the office, we wouldn't be able to dispatch our officers. We wouldn't be able to support the maintenance on bridges. It goes on and on and on, and I'm not going to go down that too far. But as a person who spent a big portion of my life as a first responder, I've been on the highways and I see the risk, and I also see what could happen and what has happened when people are out there in harm's way on the highways. I have a lot of respect for the MDTA people, workers who are out there. I do. So I want to support this, but I have two questions. One, can we approve it and defer it until our revenue stream improves? That's a question. The other one is, the question is, are we going to offset this expense with a reduction somewhere else?
Sorry, let me kind of lean on Deb a little bit for part of that. But what I would tell you, I'm not sure about our ability to defer at this point. I know the governor came out and made a commitment to give a bonus to all state employees. MDTA is a little bit unique because of the independent nature there, but I know the governor's vision is that all state employees were going to get this support. I will tell you that I do think that we've made some really good actions in terms of our management adjustments when some of our expenses were there, some operating adjustments when our expenses were there. And so we've gained some efficiencies in other areas that give us the financial health that was just reaffirmed by the credit agencies, and the financial health that gives us the ability to support our employees this way. But maybe Deb and Jim, if you want to add something in terms of kind of the first question.
So the first question, Greg, may have to go to Kim, but my understanding, at least my legislative understanding, is that it is in the budget bill, and what the board would be doing today is contingent approval based on the legislature's approval of the budget and the amendment in the budget. So I believe once the bill gets passed, it is law. It is the budget bill is law for 1 year, and I believe it says April 1st in that budget amendment. So I'm not sure if we could defer it based on the law, but I'd have to defer to Kim that answer probably. Is Kim available?
Hey, Jim.
Yes, sir.
No, in my old hat, like yours. I
Like
think,
mine, yeah.
obviously, being on that committee for a long time, the budget, when it's signed by the governor, goes into effect July 1st, normally. Unless if this amendment states that it'll go in whatever date in April, that still is contingent, if it's contingent on the budget being passed, it could be retroactive, but it wouldn't be effective until the governor signs the budget and effective date. See what Kim says about it.
If
Kim,
I
were you?
may,
Go ahead, Deb.
Pardon me, sorry. Let me start with the operating budget and then come back to it. I believe it's item number 9. we're giving you the quarterly operating budget update, as we do each quarter. And in that item, you'll see that we're managing the operating budget very well. Right now, we're slightly below targeted spending. We're not completely through winter, I mean, I don't want to jinx us. But things are looking in a positive light. This report was through December. And so the likelihood of having unexpected operating expenses, the risk is very, very small. So there is certainly the possibility, and it's probably likely we will underspend the operating budget certainly by $1 million when we're talking about an operating budget of over $300 million. So I think that addresses the second question. When, but Member Von Paris's, question about deferral, if I'm talking about our rate covenant, right, and a lot of times we're measured by our financial health, by our debt service coverage and rate covenant, the bonuses are earned this year. So it's a this year expense regardless of when it's paid. And so from that perspective, I mean, there may be legal ways of deferring it and stuff like that. But if you're worried about, what will it do to our operating expenses, the right thing to do is recognize it in this year because that's when it was earned. Or let's put it this way, that's when the expense was incurred. And it's not as important as to when it's actually paid.
Member Von Paris, did that answer your question?
Well, I think it's the correct answer for sure. I just I'm trying to find a way to support this. I think the people deserve it. And how about in terms of the offset? Did you address that?
What I said about the offset is in item 9, we're going to provide a quarterly update. Jeff Brown will do so on the operating budget. And so far this year, we're doing very well managing the budget. We've spent 40% of it. This was as of December 31st because they're quarterly updates. We've spent 40% of the budget. Our target is 46. We still have, we all know we had weather in February. So, but all indications are we will not have any issues. We will not overspend our budget, and we'll likely be slightly under. So things are looking positive on the operating budget. There's nothing out there that we're, alarmed about or concerned about. I just,
So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
any further questions, Member Von Paris?
I have a couple of questions.
I do not.
Actually, Dante, you go first.
Yeah, I was going to say, Member Carroll, you had your hand up, but it doesn't look like it's up anymore. But I want to make sure you have some questions.
I appreciate that, Chairman Slater. I want to first start by echoing what members in Jimmy and Von Paris have stated, and that is, I don't think there's a question as to whether the employees of MDTA deserve the $1,000 bonus. I think where I get wrapped around the axle is, or a couple of things. One is what I'm going to call sort of philosophical inconsistencies, and that is, I think Chairman Slater, you used the word unique, and I think over the course of years we've lauded the fact that this agency is unique and that this authority, is more enterprising than just about any other business unit in the state of Maryland. That said, any prudent business unit would look at the facts as we have them, and we might say, well, that $1,000 per employee bonus would be a great idea when we collected all of that revenue that we didn't collect in that 3G debacle, because we would then have recovered some loss, and then we could justify that much more easily justifiably financially. The other piece for me is this. if we philosophically are going to pay out a bonus when we can clearly point to a year where the agency has underperformed, then are we prepared to pay out the same kind of bonus or think through a bonus payout when the agency overperforms? Because if we're not, then we're not being consistent in our philosophy about how we want to treat our employees. And that, to me, I think, the $1.3 million, $1.4 million, whatever that number is, in the grand scheme of things, isn't a bunch of money for an agency of this scale. If we don't stand on principles that we are consistently executing against, and I think that's more problematic for me. So I'll cede the floor to Member Rosen. I don't really have a question, but I would like to go on record as having those points made.
So Greg, let me take that one if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Jim.
Because you bring up a good philosophical point. And quite often, and I'm going to talk about consistency and show you where it is consistent in this case. Employees constantly point to the fact that we are a non-budgeted agency and that we are separate from the rest of state government. And to that point, when we are doing well, they want raises. Just like you said, in the good times, they feel like they should get a raise, even though the rest of state government hasn't gotten a raise. The policy direction that we've been taking for decades is that we follow the governor's lead. Okay? So when DBM, Department of Budget Management, and the governor give a raise, then we give a raise. We don't go off track from the rest of state government so that we are consistent with the rest of state government. So I would argue that consistency is looking at when the governor decides to, one, give a pay raise, or two, give a bonus. Now, I would also point to the fact that, state employees in general are paid around 80% or less of private sector jobs. We've discussed this many times before in the HR committee that the private sector, and I'll use, 100,000 because the math's easy. If someone in the private sector was making $100,000, then in the public sector, you will only start at $80,000. Now, as the private sector continues to get raises pretty much every year based on performance, the public sector does not keep up. And so many of our rates are 80% or less of the public sector. So the only way that state employees get a raise is when the governor gives a raise, or in this case, a bonus. And so I would argue the fact that we are being absolutely consistent in this case with the rest of state government. I see your argument from the other side, but I would say that from this side, we are very consistent with the governor. We've done that, and the board has recognized that for decades.
Thanks, Jim. Member Rosen?
Yeah, so a couple of questions more, and I echo a lot of what others have said from the standpoint of, we certainly have it's a terrific team and so forth. More points of clarification. So of the 1.3 million increase, so it's 1,474,000 of bonuses. It's offset by turnover of 192. But are we also being reimbursed for additional monies here because for the employees that are that we effectively lease to other state agencies? So I guess that would be the port and at the airport.
Yes, this is Chris. Let me tell you the amount. will be reimbursed, but the offset of turnover, actually, it's a net zero because we reduced the reimbursables by the turnover amount. So that's net zero. So it's 1.3 is the full amount attributable to MDTA.
Okay, so that was one clarification. Then the other, and so Jim, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of, you know, we basically follow the state, what the state does, both, you know, for the good and the bad, I guess. And these bonuses, is this similar to, you know, when benefits increase? I know we've talked about benefits before, but at the end of the day, we really, because of the unique nature of our setup, but we have state employees who work for us, we have no say, we really can't, we have no say over when benefits change, and it sounds like we don't have much of a say in terms of you know, from a wage and bonus standpoint either. Is that a fair statement?
No, I wouldn't say you don't have any. That's not true. I wouldn't agree with that part of your statement. However, like I said, we try to be consistent with the rest of state government. So let me give you a slightly different answer. So you might recall during the recession, there were, and forgive me, I can't remember the exact name of what they called it, but it was like reimbursement of funds. They were basically furlough days, okay? And even though the MDTA was doing well financially, all state employees had to take furlough days, including the MDTA employees. So what I'm trying to say is we have remained consistent with the rest of state government. Now, if you were, for example, if you were to vote against this bonus, and that is an option, don't get me wrong, you have that option, we would literally be the only state employees that wouldn't receive this bonus, because MDOT, Greg Slater, up in that upper right-hand corner there, he's going through the same thing. I think his is like a $10 million nut that he has to do, because he is not generally, he is not funded by the general fund either. He's a special fund. Greg's in charge of a special fund, and we are a non-funded agency. So again, even though we were still doing well during that recession, we took the furloughs just like everyone else. So we do follow the DBM/governor's schedule, and like I said, had done so for decades.
Great.
So Jim, that was my question as well at some point, is, you know, just, you know, the support of that direction from the governor and DBM is in the good and the bad. And so, you know, the MDTA employees take pay cuts when there are pay cuts. They take furloughs when there are furloughs, which is why I believe that they should get bonuses when there are bonuses. Any further questions, Member Rosen?
No further questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, Member Gaines?
Yes, I had a couple follow-ups. I mean, I too believe in the value of our workforce, particularly the management team who we deal with every day. We can see the good work they do. However, I still, and I'm in general agreement with Member Kangemi and Member Von Paris. I mean, I think we're very concerned about this. Being a businessman, when we have bad years, the bonuses disappear. And I know we're following the governor's lead in this, but didn't the state get a big windfall from the federal government in these last bills? I mean, that's kind of where he's feeling the freedom to give out the bonuses, because kind of the tax revenues haven't gone up, so he must have more money coming in from the feds, and we're not getting a piece of that. This is a quasi-private agency, and you know. And similarly, that to talk about, we're waiting on how the state's budget, we're not in the state's budget. So, I mean, if they pass a budget in July and it goes into effect at the end of June, that doesn't affect us because this is coming out of our revenues, the way I see it anyway. I could be wrong. But So you get down to Deb's point about our operating budget, and she talked about how we're underspending. I see that, but I mean, the way I read it was we're also, our revenue is dropping way down. Every month we do a revised revenue forecast and we never meet it. We haven't met it in a while. You know, dude, I understand it's due to COVID, but you have to look at the net income, not just our spending side. And so I would be very concerned about making that worse. A question for all our police that are working at the airport and the Port Authority, were we to give them a bonus, do we charge the airport and the Port Authority for that? Will they reimburse us for that? There's been no talk of that, I don't think. I don't think anybody's, I don't know. And my last point is the rating agencies. Yes, they gave us a general nice pat on the back. But they did mention that this is a quasi-independent board who will raise toll rates if needed. And they see that as a possibility if things don't improve. So would you rather be making the vote to raise tolls? I mean, we have to, I think, take a stand for good business practices. And it seems to me we have the independence to follow Member Von Paris's idea that, okay, we'll say in 6 months we can issue a bonus then if things look better, if revenues are going up to where we hope they will be. We're not tied into the state in that regard. I don't see it. Tell me I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gaines. I will kind of add that we don't have a clear picture on not getting any of the federal aid. So we may get some of that federal aid and it may be able to flow over to the authority. Some of the rulemaking on those dollars, I do know that lost toll revenue and lost gas tax revenue are eligible activities. I just have to talk with our financial teams on how that would flow if that's certainly a possibility. As that rulemaking starts to come down from the feds, it's just not there yet in the timing of that. So I don't want to rule that out. That may certainly be a possibility. I do want to kind of defer to Jim and Deb and see if they have anything they want to add or ask questions. But I may lean on Kim and get a little legal advice on something as well in terms of the legal side of following state policy. But I'm going to suggest, based on that legal advice, that we go into closed session and talk about the legal advice side of that. But I want to make sure everybody's questions are answered before we do that.
So I'll take the, you mentioned, Member Gaines, a windfall for the state. I would also have you recognize that they significantly depleted the rainy day fund that the state had for many, many years. It's a rainy day, and they depleted that fund. So what you're seeing now is that we've depleted a lot of the state funds, and yes, they are getting federal funds. So it looks like a windfall, but I think if you took into account some of the rainy day, it may not be as big or may not even be a windfall at all. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the numbers, but I did want to bring that to your attention. Again, you're correct. We are independent. There's no question about that. As I suggested, we, all the time get requests about, in the good times, having pay raises for the employees, and we have stuck to the policy decision of following the governor and DBM's lead. This would significantly change that formula.
Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Member Cox?
Jim is right. Early on, Governor Mandel set up two funds, a rainy day and a sunny day fund. Two funds have been set up.
Right.
And I think Jim is right that those funds have been depleted because of this pandemic.
Definitely.
And also, in years past, Jim, there's been times when the governor has submitted, and believe me, I'm in favor of all of our employees have done through this very difficult time. I support them, support the police. I've run into them, and all the employees have been working very, very hard. But there has been times where the General Assembly has taken an action against the governor's wishes on pay raise. Okay, but anyhow, just a discussion point.
Deb, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, if it's okay, I'd like to address Member Gaines' comment about the credit rating agencies and toll increases.
Sure.
So yes, they recognize the board's independent toll setting authority as a strength. It is a strength. You do not require outside parties, the General Assembly, the governor, anyone else's permission to raise tolls. But I don't want the impression that we're in any type of financial straits that we're looking at a toll increase anytime soon. A toll, we produce a financial forecast, and I know to the Finance Committee, we've provided through an email an updated financial forecast that accounts for the $72 million reduction that we're expecting. And then our next toll increase is, quite a few years outside of our 6-year forecast. So there's no horizon for us to have toll increases. That's been a commitment, and we've even through all of this, we're still at the same point. And then even last month, I think it was last month, I'm sorry if I'm blurring them together, it might have been the prior, we'll talk about it today. I'm sorry. It was at the Finance Committee. We talked about the DLS report. And in the DLS report, we showed our plan as to where we were going to be in 2018. We looked forward. And then when you look at outstanding bonds and you look at our coverage ratios, we've got a shifting happening between years. But if you look, and I think it's 2 years from now, we're right where we said we were going to be back in 2018. So I just didn't want it to be left out there that someone might think we're in jeopardy of a toll increase anytime in the near term.
Didn't we increase our debt load to help improve the cash situation a bit?
So with our debt issuances, we've planned these debt issuances. Back in 2008, 2010, 12 time period, that was a very conscious decision for us to issue quite a bit of debt because we funded the ICC and the original express toll lanes. We went through a long period of time preparing for our next mega projects, and we reduced our debt. So we planned on going into this debt period that we're in now to fund the Nice Middleton Bridge and to fund the ETL extension. And so we're in that cycle. Now, we've shifted things a little bit. We've taken advantage of low interest rates. And that's what I mean. I have to pull it up real fast on my computer. But one of your agenda items related to the DLS analysis, we show what we expected our debt to be outstanding in a couple years. And that's right where we're planning now to be.
Thank you, Deb. So I got a question from Member Ardinger.
Yes, thank you, Secretary Slater. I just want to echo that I definitely support everything that all the other members have said. And sort of piggybacking on what Member Gaines said, I don't want us to become complacent in regards to we think we're going to be receiving this revenue. I mean, it's still an assumption. So I do have some concerns in regards to the tolls that have yet to be collected. Member Gaines and Member Von Paris, their comments in regards to if it's possible to pay out these bonuses once we feel more secure in our collections. I'm not sure, was that an option? I didn't really hear an answer to that.
I think Deb answered it slightly, but basically saying that whether we paid it now or paid it later, it's still encumbered under this fiscal year based on the budget that the governor has submitted. Is that correct, Deb?
That's right.
But I'm sorry, so does that mean that is that a decision that the board could make within 6 months?
Member Oranger, what I'm saying about Member Von Paris's question was, could we approve it today, but defer the payment until next fiscal year? And when we're calculating our debt service coverage or our rate covenant, our expenses, we have to recognize when incurred. So, that would be a fiscal year 21 expense. We're just paying it in fiscal year 22. So when we're calculating our debt service coverage, it's still recognized as an FY21 expense.
But the board could approve it. Let's say that the board waits and proves it 6 months from now.
So let me go back to let me go back to what this board vote would be, or at least my understanding of this board vote. And like I said, I wish Kim could interject here, being the attorney, but you are voting to give contingent approval upon legislative action. And so whatever the legislative action is, the dates, the timelines, the amount, it is a bill, it is a law. Bill Cox can tell you that the budget bill, it's usually number one, is a law. And so what you're doing is you are giving contingent approval on legislative action. And quite frankly, approval of legislative action. So I'm not sure that the board has the ability to overrule legislative action or a law. That's my understanding. Again, I'd have to defer to Kim for further, analysis of that.
Thank you.
Member Gaines, did you have an additional question?
Yeah, I had an additional comment. I mean, I don't see us as being hamstrung by the state legislature's vote on anything. Why don't we just defer the vote for 4 months or 6 months till we have a better revenue picture, a better understanding of if we can get outside funds. And okay, so what? We go into the next fiscal year. What difference does that make? The money will spend the same. And, just because the state is doing it this fiscal year doesn't mean we can't do it the next fiscal year. The employees will have the same benefit. That's my idea.
Let me get some thoughts from Kim. I will say that, Kim, just let me know if you feel like you're going into, from an explanatory standpoint, I think I'm comfortable, but if you're going into some legal advice, I'm gonna advise that we go into a closed session and get that legal advice, but.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I can, if it's possible, could we go into closed session?
Yes.
I think there's some legal advice about the MDTA's board's authority and power specifically related to personnel powers,
Okay.
policies, and salary that I think will be helpful for the board for the discussion, if that's possible.
Great. Thank you. I am trying to find, I don't know that I have the right language and whether I can just make a motion to go into closed session. I want to make sure I'm covered there.
Kim might have to give you the reason for
Yeah,
it.
so
Okay.
it would be a requested motion to go into closed session to receive legal advice from counsel.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Greg, do we have a number to go to?
Yeah.
Does we have to set that up, or?
I am setting that up as we speak, sir.
Natalie's setting that up now.
I just wanted to make sure we had a way to get there. That's all.
Yeah, great. So any discussion? We have a second now. So any discussion on the item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll go into a closed session to discuss the legal matter associated with personnel policy and state policy.
Member Enzer, you need to turn your camera on. So it's the camera with the line through it. You just click that and it'll turn your camera on. Perfect.
Great, thank you, Natalie. Could you confirm for me that everybody's back on?
I am checking that now. I believe so.
Natalie, oh, this is Deb.
Yes.
I'm sorry. My screen looks like member Rosen is waiting to be admitted. I'm not sure if you can see that.
I see him, he's in here.
I'm here.
Okay.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you, Natalie.
I believe everyone's on.
Great, thank you so much to everyone, anyone who's listening. Thank you for your patience as we sought some legal counsel on kind of where our obligations were and what exactly we were discussing as a board. So what we heard very clearly was that we as a board and we as an authority have a legal obligation to follow suit with Department of Budget Management and TISHR as the state transportation human resources policies. And it's not an action of the board actually considering whether or not there are bonuses. We have an obligation to do that, but the action before the board is really to amend the operating budget to be able to comply with that legal obligation. I'm sorry, Kim, did you have a question?
No, sir, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to state for the record, there was no actions taken in closed session.
Okay.
And that the board closed under the general provisions article section 3-3057. I forgot to say that earlier when we closed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kim, for keeping me in check. But really, as I was trying to illustrate, the board is really being asked to amend the operating budget to be in compliance with our legal obligations on that issue. I think we did hear loud and clear in the public discussion that there's still some concerns to the board financially. I will make a statement that I do believe, I look at these numbers a lot, and we are in a much greater financial position than many other of my counterparts across this country. I look at this as I've seen states with mass layoffs. I've seen states with shutting down active construction projects. Our health has allowed us to not do anything like that as a department, as a state. Our economic recovery is very much coming back at a much faster pace than many others. I do think that we are in a position where, we had thought in the beginning of this pandemic, we were going to have furloughs, we were going to have pay cuts. And the bonus that was put forth by the governor is really a recognition that our original projections have come back faster than we anticipated. And so that's where we are. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a motion to amend the operating budget as illustrated by our team, but also ask the staff as part of that to come back next month to discuss options for offsetting the financial impact of the compliance of that bonus, both on the federal aid side as well as adjustments if that's not available to us with existing operations to do that. So do I have a motion to approve the amendment to the operating budget?
So moved.
Have a second?
This is member
I'll second it,
Archer.
member Cox.
Great, thank you so much. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. For the record, member Ganjami was opposed. I thank you all for the conversation, very thoughtful conversation, and the motion passes. And we will move on to the next item. At this point, I'm going to have to excuse myself for a little bit and jump over to deal with the WMATA board budget. And so, and I'll come back, but let me turn it over to Deputy Secretary Sean Powell, and he'll take over from here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. See you soon. Natalie, can you see and hear me?
I can hear you and see you. Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So if I was keeping track during the meeting, I believe we're now on to agenda item number 2, the approval contracts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we have 2 approval contracts from Ms. Donna DeCerbo, KH 3026, which is the wind shear device retrofit miscellaneous repairs at the Tidings Memorial Bridge Rehab. And then the second one is MR 319, the on-call facility repair. So with that, I'll turn it over to Donna.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is Donna DeCerbo, Director of Procurement, for the record. This project is to rehabilitate the Millard Tidings Memorial Bridge on I-95 over the Susquehanna River in Harford and Cecil counties. The work consists of rehabilitating, strengthening, repairing, and/or replacing the concrete or steel portions of the bridge. It was advertised on September 30th of 2020. We received 6 bids. There was an MBE goal of 26% with sub-goals and 2% VSBE goal for JD Ekman Incorporated. Their bid has been received in the amount of $8,327,075. It's 24% higher than the engineer's estimate of $6.722,750. A bid justification was performed and it was determined to be fair and reasonable. JD Ekman, we checked references. They understand the scope of work and can perform for this amount of work. They did exceed the MBE goal. The goal was 26%. They've committed to 30.85%. There was no bid protest on this procurement, and the anticipated notice to proceed is May of 2021 with a calendar day duration of 660 days. Are there any questions on this item?
Okay.
This is Mario. I will move for approval of contract number KH-3026-0000.
We have a motion from Member Gangemi. Do we have a second?
Actually, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have a question?
I have a question. How come how come the engineer's estimate was so much lower than where all the bids came in?
All of the, I don't know if engineering wants to speak to this, but category 1 accounted for most of the variation in the engineer's estimate compared to the lowest bidder. So I think we underestimated the safety boat and access costs. There were a lot of variances between the bidders on the bid items, but the low bid was not imbalanced in the categories of 100 and 400. It was determined to be reasonable among all the bidders.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Carroll, did you have a question?
No, I was just making sure that Member Rosen's question was acknowledged.
You're a good guy. Thank you.
Some days.
Yeah. So with no further questions, we do have a motion from Member Gangemi. Does that still stand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll now entertain a second.
Second, Member Cox.
Member Cox is a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Madam Secretary, the motion carries unanimously. Deb, before you go, Donna, before you go, I need to do a little housekeeping. I forgot to state for the record, I'm Sean Powell, Deputy Secretary of the Maryland Department of Transportation, and I'll be the acting chairman until the chairman returns, hopefully later this morning. So with that, Donna, please go.
Okay, thank you. The second contract is MR 3019, the on-call facility repairs, with the scope including all labor, equipment, and materials necessary to perform the miscellaneous facility and other repairs, upgrades, replacements, and new construction at all MDTA facilities. This was advertised on December 8th of 2020. We received 2 bids. We're recommending award to Nichols Construction for $488,582. It is 2% less than the engineer's estimate of $5 million. This contract had an overall MBE goal of 18% and a VSBE goal of 1%. There were no protests filed for this contract. We anticipate notice to proceed in April of 2021, and the calendar day duration is 1,460 days. I should point out we are asking for contingent approval for this and the former item, Natalie, pending approved MBE plans for this one and the signed contract. and pending the signed contract of the KH contract. Are there any questions?
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
Member Gaines. How do they come up with an MBE participation rate without a set of plans or without anything to be done? Is it just throw a dart at the dartboard and or really just say they're going to endeavor
No,
to?
sir. No, sir. We do look at specific categories of work as provided in the scope of work. We look for subcontractable components. They are identified and discussed at the procurement review group by the members. And so we know there's on-call work. So we do not set sub-goals for on-call work because it's not guaranteed work. So we don't want to set ourselves up for failure or set unrealistic expectations by the subcontractors. But there were definite categories that we considered before we placed the 18% MBE goal.
Well, I get that. Yeah. Okay, so in other words, you'd have so much in there for trucking or something. They say they're going to fill a certain percentage there, and then.
Correct. Member Gaines, this is Percy Dangerfield, Chief Administrative Officer for the record. You're correct that the goals are created based upon the engineer's estimate and the anticipated items of work that we plan for the job, which is what Donna stated basically. So we look at that and we look at the availability through the MBE certification database and then come up with a goal based upon that.
But of course, they can't have contracts with anyone because there's no definite work set out there, right?
I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure if your question as far as having the contracts. We look at the potential opportunities for subcontractable work based upon our engineer's estimate, and that's what we base it upon. So, you know, obviously, when proposers submit their justification, they also look at what it's going to take for them, what they anticipate, what it's going to take for them to complete the work, and that's what they use by identifying other MB subs. That's how they get their committed goal.
Right.
Member Gaines, there's what they call NAICS codes. So when you qualify as an MBE, you have to describe what it is that you do. And depending on what you do, you get NAICS codes associated with those types of work. So you might have one NAICS code, you might have 4 NAICS codes, depending on how they're divided in the system. And so when we know approximately what the job is going to need, you go to those NAICS codes, and depending on how many minority businesses are available in that category would determine the rate that's associated with this job. It's not throwing darts at a dartboard. It's a process that's both followed by the federal government for DBE work and state governments for MBE work.
No, I mean, if it's on call, you still don't know the work to be done. That's
no, we understand that, but we know the types of work that may need to be done. We can't assign it to a specific MBE yet, but we do know the types of work, and so the NAICS codes would be identified for that type of work, or for that job.
Is a contractor identified that they're going to use?
No.
In their plan, only in their plan, not in the goal settings.
Right.
I think, Member Gaines, it's important to add too that this is a replacement contract for similar prior contracts. So we have a lot of compliance records from existing historical contracts to refer to on what has been attained in the past that also helps to inform the appropriateness of the goal.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for Donna? Okay, hearing or seeing none and no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve contract MH3019.
I'll make a motion. I'll approve. Oh, go ahead. I'll second it then.
Okay.
It is MR3019 though.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. I took my reading glasses off for a short minute, so I need to readjust. Thank you, Member Kanjemi. Okay, so Natalie, did you capture the motion in a second?
I captured the second. I was getting ready to ask who was the motion. There were several
Member
people
Cox.
speaking at once. Thank you.
Okay, great. I was questioning that as well, but I wasn't exactly sure. Okay. We have a motion by Member Cox. We have our second. So with no further discussion, all those in favor?
Real quick, there was
Yes.
a reference to Nichols Construction. Our information says Nichols Contracting. I just want to make sure we're not messing anything up. That's all.
Nichols Contracting, Inc.
Okay. Are we clear on that now, Donna? Are we good?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Hearing that, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, Madam Secretary. Next up, Donna's going to stick with us. We have an update on retroactive Strayer Education Services Memorandum of Understanding 83037.
Yes, sir. This is a verbal report to make the board aware that we are taking this retroactive memorandum of understanding to the Board of Public Works next month for them to, the request is to receive retroactive approval for this MOU. In June of 2017, we entered into an MOU with Strayer University for employees to participate in affordable, accredited, and quality university programs at reduced tuition rates. We amended this contract in January of 18 to revise the MOU to make the MDTA responsible for 100% of its eligible employees' students. Then in June of 2018, we renewed the contract, and then we amended the contract to include all of the MDOT TBUs. So all of the business units could also participate. This received AAG approval at the time, but it was later advised by MDOT's TSO's AAG that this was really should have been treated as a services contract and that we didn't have the authority to enter into a memorandum of understanding because Strayer is a for-profit entity. So we're taking this back for them to ratify the MOU itself. The total contract amount for all TBUs is $1.5 million, and TSO is aware that we're taking this back to BPW for ratification. In addition, to remedy this, we conducted a procurement, a statewide procurement for these services, and as a result, we will be awarding one contract to Stevenson University, and we'll be entering into 4 other MOUs with other institutions of higher learning, including Anne Arundel Community College, Community College of Baltimore County, Morgan State, and the University of Maryland Global Campus. So although we're not happy this is a retroactive item, we did proactively attempt to procure additional services and were successful at doing that. So we will also notify the board of this subsequent effort and the results of that at the next board meeting in April.
Great. Thank you, Donna. I just want to, Donna, thank you very much. Just want to let you know that we did sign off yesterday on the approval to move these forward to BPW. And if you don't get them back, if you didn't get them back yesterday, you should get them back sometime today. They're in Mike Zimmerman's hands, so we should be good there.
Okay, great.
With that,
Thank you,
do we have any questions? Okay, hearing none and no further discussion, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Is this a motion or an update?
It is an update.
It's an update.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's an update. I have my glasses off again. Okay, Donna, you're still up with the procurement item number 4 on your agenda, procurement report on open contracts. Sorry about that confusion. We have an approved item next. Okay, Donna.
Yes. This is a report. It's not an approval item. It's required under the resolution. And so to comply, we provide quarterly updates for our open contracts. To date, we have 10 memorandums of understanding at $5.2 million. We have 67 architect and engineering contracts for $773 million. 52 construction contracts at $1.355 billion. 1 construction related at $23.5 million. 31 maintenance contracts at $25.5 million, 27 services contract at $37.3 million, and 29 IT contracts for $122 million. The total of all of our open contracts are 217 contracts in the amount of $2.342 million. To date, of the 2.342 million, we have paid 1.145 million out. They've been vouchered. We have $752.9 million obligated and $444 million open. That concludes our open contracts report.
Thank you.
Number right? Or you talking billion or million?
Million. Well, I'm sorry, what was the question? 2.4 billion, sorry.
Total contracts out is 2.34 million?
Billion, sorry.
Billion, yeah.
Billion.
Yes.
You've been saying million. Couldn't be.
Yes. And Natalie, I can send these numbers over to you for your minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Any questions for Donna? Okay, hearing none. Donna, I believe you're finished for the day with presentations, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Alan Garman. Now, this is an approval item, Board Resolution 21-04. It's authorizing certain MDTA officers and employees to direct investments of certain monies. So with that, I will turn it over to Alan.
Great. Thank you. We're seeking approval of Board Resolution 21-04 that essentially delegates board authority to execute investment-related transactions. This resolution amends and restates the prior resolution from about 10 years ago. It was Resolution 11-04. And we're essentially just revising some management titles to update them and of the authorized individuals. I thought it was a good opportunity to provide really a high-level overview of the investment management process. And that's essentially how the resolution relates to the trust agreement, state law, the investment policy, the board and management roles. I guess the Finance Committee recommended this item move forward to the board for full approval earlier this month. Down in the summary section, I'm relating it to Section 502 of the trust agreement. That's really the key section, and it states that monies held in trust shall be invested by officers or employees of the authority who shall be designated by resolution. So that's really essentially why we need this resolution. And then if you see below in italics, I have a portion of the resolution there. And in Section 3, you can see in the employees that would be authorized under the resolution. And this is primarily the same as the language from 10 years ago. We're just correcting some titles. We have a new investment administrator title that's added in here. And I think you'll see this a little more clearly in the table below that. I have 3 columns in there. The middle column that's highlighted or shaded in gray lists the authorized traders, and those are the people that are identified in the resolution. And the names of those people that are holding those positions are in the far left column. So the authorized traders would be the Chief Financial Officer, the Director of Finance, the Deputy Director of Finance, the Director of Treasury and Debt, myself, and the Investment Administrator, Clayton Viewig. And so you can see that our investment committee consists of a slightly larger group in the first column. The investment committee meets monthly, and then this is the committee that really helps to prepare the investment-related reports, and they move on to the finance committee for a little bit more detailed analysis, and then we provide that same information to the full board quarterly, but in a more summarized form. And in the far right column, you'll just see the 2 investment managers identified. Broad investment strategy is really directed by the investment committee, and that consists of those senior manager or senior management personnel. The strategy and investment policy compliance and total return performance relative to benchmark indices are reviewed monthly by that investment committee. And then again, we move those reports onto the finance committee every month but orally we present that information on a quarterly basis to the Finance Committee and Board. So the portfolio is managed internally by myself and Clayton Viewig, and that's with direction of the CFO, Investment Committee, and full Board. Our conservative investment structure is really driven by the investment policy limitations and legal constraints that are contained in the agency's trust agreement. We're somewhat unique in that we have statutory authority to manage our investments separate from the monies of the state of Maryland. But I would point out that the agency's trust agreement investment limitations are very similar to the policy limitations of the state treasurer's office, and that's really a function of the annotated code of Maryland. The investment strategy is driven by really three things: our cash flow needs for certain accounts, the investment policy limitations, and then total return considerations. So provisions of the trust agreement legally control the investments of revenues of the MDTA. And so back to that section 5.02, that section lays out the maturity limitations, and it also refers to a defined term in the trust agreement. It's investment obligations, and that sets limits on individual security types such as U.S. government agencies, corporate CP, and municipal securities. One other thing to mention is that in addition to our core total revenue funds, we also manage investments for certain non-recourse financings, and those include financings for the Maryland Aviation Administration and WMATA. We also handled the financing of the Calvert Street parking garage in Annapolis for state employees. I guess in closing, I just wanted to summarize the process and try to tie it all together. It really starts with the trust agreement. That's our foundation that contains the legal limitations. Then the investment policy is really a refinement of the language in the trust agreement to provide more detail. So that additional detail has been added by management with the advice of external advisors. It also ties back to peer state municipalities and just in general industry best practices. The investment committee functions to help set duration targets, which is really our interest rate risk exposure, to identify benchmark indices, and then to make those recommendations to the full board for the board's approval. And then lastly, that ties back to the investment managers, myself and Clayton Viewig. We have limited, I would characterize it as limited investment discretion. We're essentially selecting the individual securities within the portfolio, but that's within the constraints of the trust agreement, the investment policy, and then the duration targets set by the board. So we're seeking approval of resolution 21-04. Are there any questions?
Looking around the room, I see no questions. Okay. Seeing no questions, I'll entertain a motion for approval of board resolution 21-04.
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Von Paris. I move that we approve resolution 21-04.
Thank you, sir. Have a second?
Mario will second.
Thank you, Member Gangemi. We'll take your second. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Madam Secretary, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe that's the last of our approval items for today. Next up, we have Deb Sharpless with a update on Series 2021 TFP revenue bond sale and credit ratings. It's an update on the debt issued by MDTA. So it's item number 7. So Deb, you're up.
Thank you. Again, for the record, I'm Deb Sharpless, MDTA's Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to refer the board members to updated materials that were forwarded to you last night by Natalie. The item was updated last night because yesterday we had a bond sale that I'll talk about in a minute. So obviously we couldn't include it in the original mail out. Before talking about the bond sale, I would like to start with the credit ratings. In accordance with the board operating policy, we report back to you and provide you an update on any credit ratings that we've received. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, very happy to report that Moody's and Fitch has confirmed our AA rating with a stable outlook. We remain only one of 5 toll agencies out of 41 that have a AA rating. And in a toll sector, because they're revenue bonds, AA is the highest rating an agency can receive. Included in your materials are the reports from Fitch and Moody's, but also on the first page of your memo, highlighted 6 statements that they made. They consider them credit strengths. First one is our solid debt service coverage, our strong liquidity, critical transportation network that we maintain, prudent capital planning, independent rate setting authority, and conservative debt structure. Moving to the second page, just want to mention that when we did our presentation to the credit rating agencies, we provided very detailed analysis of our current year challenges, talked to them, made them aware of where we expect to be at the end of the year, 72 million under our forecast. We discussed transitioning to AET earlier than we originally anticipated. We discussed challenges and delays with the transition, and we discussed COVID impacts on traffic, as well as the customer-focused decisions that were made to pause the mailing of NOTDs and reducing the video toll rate to the cash rate at certain facilities. So again, really good story for us. Great conversations with them, and the outcome was they see the strength that we have as an agency, even through these difficult times. So the next item that I would like to report on, and this is in compliance with Resolution 21-03. I'm in the middle of the second page of your summary memo. So yesterday we had a bond sale. It was an outstanding bond sale, highly, highly successful. The par amount of the bonds was $746 million. We received premiums of $124.8 million for total proceeds of $870.8 million. The sale was executed in compliance with the resolution that I just mentioned, and it combined 2 planned bond sales. The first one was a new money bond sale to fund the ETL extension and Nice Middleton Bridge. The second one was the ICC TIPIA loan refunding. Basically, a refunding, imagine your home, you go back to the bank, you refinance, and you reduce your, maybe you reduce the amount outstanding, or you reduce your interest rates, or you do both. We happen to do both. So that was the refunding piece of it. It was a large bond sale. And because it was a large bond sale, Jim and I made sure that we had all hands on deck. We engaged both of our financial advisors, not just one. That's PFM as well as Davenport. Our bond counsel was Miles Stockbridge. All of MDTA's finance staff, Alan, Clayton, Chris, Chantel, Dana, of course myself and Jim, as well as the AG's office, Kim and Root. And I stated that the bond sale was very successful. And why do I say this? It's demonstrated first we had 90 institutions place orders for our bonds. That is, I know for myself, it's certainly the largest I'm aware of. That there's agencies that might get up there in the 50s, 60s, 70s. So very, very strong response to our bonds. We were 5 times oversubscribed. And what that means is we had $750 million of bonds, but we had $3.7 billion in orders going after the $750 million in bonds. Now, specific to the new money first, and then I'll move on to the refunding. So the par was 746 million, and scroll, sorry, I gave you the total. The par was 315.7 million, and for total proceeds of 401.8 million. The true interest cost, also known as the TIC, was 297 basis points, or 2.97%. And these are 30-year bonds. So, maturity, maturity spread throughout the 30-year time period. Now, back in June, we were very, very fortunate. We were in an incredibly low interest rate environment. So at that time, our TIC was 30 basis points lower than what it was today. What's also important to recognize is back in June, the 30-year Treasury report, Treasury rate was 90 basis points higher today, the Treasury rate is 90 basis points higher than what it was back in June. So we're 30 basis points higher in our TIC, and yet the Treasury rate is 90 basis points higher than what it was in June. And then for perspective, when we financed the ETLs in the intercounty connector, 2008-2010 time period, our TICs were ranged between 366 and 493. Now, another reflection of why we did so well, and doing so well, it was a combination of favorable market conditions as well as the investing community's confidence in MDTA's credit stability. On your materials, you see that I have a line graph, and the blue line is a AA general obligation curve. So general obligations have the full faith and credit of the municipality, and then the green line is where we trade it. In theory, we should always be higher than a GEO curve because we have revenue bonds, and the full faith and credit is an additional strength, additional benefit that bondholders have. And so you can see from the curve, for much of the curve, we traded below or at the GEO bond curve. And then for the outer years, on average, I think we were 5 basis points above the curve. So, an indication of very good sale on the new money. Now, if I move to the next page regarding the new the refunding, this is the ICC refunding. And if you recall, years ago when we did this TIFIA loan, we had record lows for the Treasury, and we had among the lowest TIFIA loan rates that existed, for the longest period of time. So we achieved a net present value savings of 3.5%, and on a net present value dollar amount, that's $17.3 million. And with regard to annual debt service, that equates to roughly $900,000 per year. And we were also able to lower our bonds outstanding by $38.7 million. So we did very, very well with the refunding. And Alan and his group, we regularly look at any of our bonds outstanding to try to see if there's any opportunity to refund and capitalize on savings. We never thought we would be in a place to refund a historically low TIFIA rate loan and produce savings. And we were able to produce savings, and we were able to lower our bonds outstanding. So under at the bottom part of page 3, it's summarizing key points of the bond sales. The first part you see is the combined, where we again state the par and the proceeds that I mentioned. They have a 10-year call. Combined, the true interest cost is 261 basis points. The interest to the call is 196. We had, when we're funding the debt service reserve, we funded through a surety that costs $1.8 million as opposed to cash funding the reserve. With the new money, I just spoke about it a second ago, so I won't walk back through them again. And then when we have the refunding, again, your memo talks about savings and all that I just walked through. So the last thing I'd like to do on this item to close it out is refer you to the last page, the fourth page, which is the compliance of the resolution. So in resolution 21-03, the board limited Jim, myself, and staff to a par amount of $900 million, of which 469 was for the refunding. The actual results was a par of 746 million, with the refunding being 430.26 million. The resolution required the sale to happen no later than August 31st, 2021, and the sale occurred yesterday. The interest rate was to be determined by the executive director with the advice of the CFO advisors and MDTA staff. All of our concurrence and support was documented throughout the process, and Jim was right there with us through the entire sale. The final maturity could not exceed the useful life of the assets. So they're 30-year bonds, so the final maturity is 30 years for the new money, and the money's being used for the new construction of the Nice Middleton Bridge as well as the ETL extension. So obviously we are way beyond 30 years from a useful life. And then the last requirement was that we do this report out the first meeting immediately after the bond sale. So this closes out the bond sale item. The resolution is also provided in your materials just as reference. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the group?
Deb, one quick question for the debt service reserve funding. Was there a reserve established for the refunded amount that we recapture those dollars?
Yes. Go ahead, Alan. I see your bubble lit up.
The TIFIA loan, we weren't required by US DOT back in 2008 to have a debt service reserve. With the new TIFIA loan, we're seeking, the Bureau is requiring all new borrowers to obtain debt service reserves. So we were working with the Bureau on a potential refinancing, and we've been working in the muni market. We knew that we would need to, whether we refinance with the Bureau or with municipal bonds, we would be required to fund a debt service reserve. So for that particular issue, there was no reserve, but we were planning on having to fund it in the future. And then with the new money portion, the agencies typically provided debt service reserves to help maintain good market access at that AA credit rating. So that's why we funded a new reserve for that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question. Sean, I just want to make a comment. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Member Gaines, I believe, yes.
Yeah, I was just a question for Alan. These debt service reserves, I mean, do we earn interest on those? We get to keep that?
Yeah, we came to the board back in 2018 and gave an analysis on that. And so it's a little bit complicated, but if you cash fund a debt service reserve, the way we look at it internally is that you've financed that cash essentially. So you've financed it over a period of time that's essentially the life of the deal. So we look at the cost to carry, which is really the difference between the financing rate, which is your bond issue true interest cost, or if you look at it to the 10-year call, it's your arbitrage yield. And then what are the expected earnings on the reserve? And so that difference is essentially your annual cost of carry. And then we compare that to, well, we have the option to fund that reserve with cash, or we could fund it with an insurance policy. And so there's a couple of additional considerations there, but we look at what's the policy premium and how long is that good for? And essentially, you expect to refinance your bonds after 10 years. So your surety policy is essentially good for those 10 years. And then what could you earn, or what would be the cost to carry over 10 years? So I think to answer your question, if we've cash funded the reserve, then we do earn money on those investments. But, like a 10-year US government agency is around 1.66 today. And if you're financing at the RB of about, 1.95, then, you have a carrying cost of, let's say, 30 basis points a year on that cash funded reserve.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Member Gaines? Or
Good. And I think, thank you, Alan, and thank you, Member Gaines. Jim, I believe you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was, quite frankly, an amazing process to see that 90 different firms were competing for our bond sales. As Deb said, I don't think anybody's seen anything quite like that, which again shows a lot of confidence and strength in our financial picture. And I will say this: our consultants, as well as the Bank of America, who was, I guess, kind of doing it from the other side, if you will, managing all the competitors, they must have said, congratulations on a great deal, I think at least 8 times. They, who are in the market every day doing this stuff, were fascinated by the amount of competition, the fact that we were at 5 times what we were looking for. And I just wanted to thank Deb, Alan, the whole financial team on what I would consider a tremendous success. And just to look at the background that these folks did prior to it, it's amazing. It was amazing work. And so I just wanted to thank them with the board members.
Great. Thank you, Jim.
I'll echo what Jim said. I went to a bond rating meeting many years ago, and the questions asked are enormous. And when state of Maryland got AA+ in the 70s, and then it got to AAA, it was like incredible. But what you've done here is incredible. But the question I have is, Alan or Deb, with this bond sale and the interest rates going up, I mean, as you say, this is incredible what you just achieved. Where do you see the future at this point as far as needing to go to the bond market again, and how soon?
We don't have any plans, and when you see our forecast, in the last forecast, the forecast you'll see coming up, we do not intend to go into the bond market in fiscal year 23. We're working on closing and the TIFIA loan for the Nice Bridge. But one of the nice things about the TIFIA loan is we'll lock in our interest rate, but we won't draw it until we need the cash. And that is also, a lot of rates are rising, all the time. You can say, man, I wish we would have done it this month, but we can't predict the market. And so rates are definitely rising. And that was part of the decision to do the refunding for the Nice Bridge now on the bond market, instead of waiting with the TIFIA loan that we're hoping to lock in July, because the savings might have been gone. We don't have the crystal ball, but interest rates have been rising recently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one comment to make. I just want to compliment the team, the finance team, investment team, for a job well done.
Thank you, Member Von Pair.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, hearing none. Deb, thank you. I believe that concludes your presentations for the. No, you're back later. I'm sorry. Not trying to kick you out, but next up will be our agenda item number 8, which is the fiscal year 2022 Department of Legislative Services budget analysis. and we'll have Ms. Chantel Green and Mr. Jeffrey Brown. So take it away.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Brown. I'm the budget director of the MDTA. I'm here to provide a brief overview of the presentation of the operating and capital budgets to the DLS. Chantel Green will follow and provide greater detail around any issues or recommendations that were raised by DLS. Turning to page 1 of the DLS analysis, for full year 2022, the budget is $433.3 million, which represents a 10.8% or $42.2 million increase versus full year 2021. The biggest drivers are the $12.8 million increase in personnel expenses due to the funding of hiring freeze positions, and a $12.5 million increase in debt service due to increased bond issuances. And we'll talk a little bit more detail about that. Turning to page 2 for the capital budget, the budget is $577.4 million, which represents a 5.1% or $27.9 million increase versus the prior year. Before the capital increases are due to the Nice Bridge and the I-95 ETL extension. On page 3, we see some of the recommended actions and observations from the DLS. Particularly, the COVID-19 is driving a drop in our toll traffic and revenue. There's concern about the stress of this revenue drop upon the budget, so they are recommending to restrict funding due to the stress and pending a report on how to handle this revenue drop. As mentioned before, Chantel will go into more detail in our response to that. Moving to page 7, which is the where it goes for the operating budget. This details the $42.2 million change. As mentioned before, there's a $12.8 million increase due to salaries and benefits, and that's the funding of the hiring freeze positions. The $12.5 million debt service increase, again, the main drivers are the Nice Bridge and the I-95 ETL extension. Moving to more detail, there's a couple of easy pass impacts I'd like to note. The first is an increase of $4.4 million. This is driven by the increase of transponders and more credit card fees, which are both due to our move to the AET, or all electronic tolling. In addition, there's a reduced admin back-end service costs of $5.7 million as we move to 3G tolling, and we move to 2 new vendors, CAPS and TransCore. Within these variances, there's several increases in IT expenses. The first is a $4.1 million increase, and this represents a new budget system, a new health and safety system, some additional applications, and some software renewals. There's a $1.5 million increase for net app storage maintenance upgrade. This is typically done every 5 years. It was due last year. We had deferred it until this year. And there's a $1.4 million increase, and that's to replace live computers. Moving on, building repairs and maintenance is up $3.8 million. The real driver on this is in the full year 21 amended budget, we had a task to reduce expenses in this area. When we compare it to the preliminary full year 21 budget, we're actually down, and that's due to moving to more capital work. So this really represents more of a move to what I call more normal spending pre-COVID. Motor vehicles increased by $2 million. Again, this is a result of replacing aged vehicles. And then, as you can see, there's several other variances. They total to a $3.2 million increase. Again, they're more rebounding to what I call normal spending levels. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Chantel Green.
Thank you. Any questions for Jeff?
Yeah, I had a question. I didn't quite understand why salaries went up 9.9 million. You said it was funding of frozen jobs?
Yeah, as part of this year, the open positions were frozen from being hired into, so you weren't backfilling on these open positions. That kept our budget under control. The assumption for next year is being able to fill those positions.
Oh, okay, for next year. I see. Yeah, this is budgeted. All right.
Member Gaines, this represents our fiscal year 22 preliminary budget that the board members had approved. I believe it was in November. Come June, we will bring back to you the 22 budget for the final budget, at that time. So each one of these changes, the increase, as Jeffrey indicated, it's us adjusting from when we reduced the budget in 21 as a mitigation action, and this is us coming back to normal. So these are not increases or anything above and beyond that we have not previously presented to you. They're just recapping. Yeah, they're just recapping what we've already provided to you.
So why is the health insurance such a big percentage? That's like 60%. Is that we changing carriers or changing health insurance, all the Social Security, unemployment? It just seems a little high. If it's just a percentage of the salaries.
Yes, it is.
I mean, there's a couple things there too. As you refund, you fund the higher positions, the benefits come along, so they'll go up naturally as part of that.
Yeah, but not 60%, or do they? Is that what our carry is on that 60%?
Trying to think benefits, 50 to 60%. I think it's in that general range. I'd have to go look. I'm not sure right off the top of my head.
Does it include post-employment?
Yes, it does include pension.
I think that's an
adding
important
everything
fact.
in there. If it could get there, yeah.
If it's post-employment, I forget the acronym, PEHP, I think it is, or PHEP, something like that. We can get that for
I think
you.
normal burden would be in the 30% range, I would think, but maybe I'm wrong. That's what we are. But okay, well, whatever. I guess look at the details. But
okay, thank you. Any other questions for Jeffrey? Okay, I think he's going to kick it over to Chantel.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Chantel Green, Director of Finance. Today, I will provide a brief overview of the various items that the agency was asked to comment on in the fiscal year 2022 DLS, Department of Legislative Services, budget analysis document. Before beginning, please note that I will be moving back and forth between attachment 1, which is the DLS analysis, and attachment 2, which is the agency's budget analysis responses. Because the topics are related, I'll discuss the points raised by DLS on pages 11 and 22 of the analysis together. On page 11 of the analysis, the agency was asked to comment on the rising levels of projected debt issuances and the financial forecast, and what the authority will do if the $3 billion statutory limit is met. Turning to the first issue, which begins on page 21 of the DLS analysis write-up, DLS raises several concerns. One, that the authority's unencumbered cash is nearing the policy level of $350 million, that the agency is approaching its outstanding debt capacity, and that the authority has not taken steps to mitigate the decline in revenue due to COVID-19. DLS concludes its remarks by recommending budget bill language restricting $5 million in the Maryland Port Administration and the Maryland Aviation Administration's budget that is used to reimburse the authority police for law enforcement services until a report is submitted that includes financial projections through fiscal 2031. In the agency's response, the authority noted that it took swift action to mitigate the near and long-term fiscal impacts of COVID-19. Not only did the authority pursue innovative financing solutions, but the agency also reduced the operating and capital budgets to achieve $409 million in savings over the fiscal year 2020 to 2026 forecast period. Regarding the authority's unencumbered cash balance, the agency noted that it is a board-adopted policy that requires the authority to maintain an unrestricted cash balance of $350 million, and the agency is in compliance with the policy. As for debt issuances, the authority noted that it does not anticipate reaching the $3 billion statutory debt limit, and that the debt issuances shown in the financial forecast are primarily related to the financing of the Nice Middleton Bridge and the I-95 ETO northbound extension. The agency noted that both of these projects have been reflected in the authority's financial forecast since June of 2018 and are accounted for in the authority's near-term and long-term financial planning. Perhaps most importantly, when comparing the current financial forecast to where the agency thought it would be in 2018, and this is referring to the chart on the first page of attachment 2 of the agency's budget hearing responses, our debt outstanding remains at $2.4 billion in fiscal year 2023. Our debt service coverage remains at 2.8 in fiscal year 2024, and capital expenses are $364.3 million less than forecasted in June of 2018. Regarding the report requested by DLS, the agency requested that the language be changed to committee narrative, which is the report that does not tie up any funding. The authority also requested that the due date of the report be changed to December 31st, which would enable the agency to provide the most accurate, up-to-date data, which includes fiscal year 2021 actuals, as well as an updated traffic and revenue forecast. As part of its deliberations on the budget, the House and the Senate modified the language to restrict $500,000 from both the port and the airport for law enforcement services provided by the authority police pending receipt of the report. And the House and the Senate also changed the due date of the report to November 15th, 2021. Now I'll be transitioning to the second issue, which begins on page 22 of the DLS analysis. In short, the DLS writer provides a brief summary of the I-495 and I-270 P3 partnership and recommends that the authority comment on the preliminary report regarding the first phase of the project, the toll setting process, and how toll rates will be adjusted going forward. In its written responses, the authority noted that because of the complexity of the information during the February board meeting, authority staff presented key highlights of the toll setting process in advance of the spring board meeting, where dynamic tolling coupled with the introduction of a soft rate cap will be discussed. And that in compliance with state law, to ensure that the public is engaged in the toll setting process, the authority will provide opportunities for public review and comment in each county where the changes for the P3 program are proposed to be implemented. And finally, the authority concluded its remarks by noting that the full report that was presented to the board last month with the toll rate setting process is available on the agency's website. And with that, unless either Jim or Deb has anything else to add to my remarks, this concludes the overview of the fiscal year 2022 budget analysis document. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Chantel. Any additions from Jim or Deb? Okay, thank you. With that, do we have any questions for her? Okay, great. Thank you, Chantel. Appreciate it. Next up, we have item number 9. We'll have Jeffrey Brown back with us. It's an update on the second quarter operating budget comparison.
Hi, I'm back. I'm here to provide an update on the budget versus actual year-to-date spending as of December 31st for 2021. As of December 31st, we had spent 40% of the budget versus a target of 46%, which represents $18.9 million below budget. Except for salaries and wages, which are on budget, and additional equipment, Object 11, which is over budget, all other objects were below the targeted spending levels by more than 5%. There are 3 main drivers for this performance. The first is COVID-19, which reduces activity, increases teleworking, and has various ripple effects. There's the timing and seasonality of expenses. Some objects are typically heavier in expenses in the third and fourth quarter, and at least until December 31st, there was milder winter weather. That may not be true of the last month, but up to December 31st it was. All 3 of these result in reduced or deferred expenditures to our budget. Starting with some detail, communications, Object 3 was 18% spent to budget. This is due to the statewide radio system invoice from DBM, which has not been received as of yet, and that is worth $1.5 million. If we excluded that from the object, the rest of the spending would track closer to the budget at 39%. Travel, Object 4 was at 2% to budget, and this is mostly due to COVID. We've had increased teleworking, telelearning, plus postponement of many in-person conferences, which drive this variance. Fuel and utilities, Object 6 was at 30% spent. Again, we had increased teleworking, cashless tolling, fewer toll collectors, plus a mild winter all drove expenses lower in this object. Motor vehicle and operations, object 7 is at 34% spent. We had reduced vehicle usage. There are still more headcount vacancies, less overtime. In addition, we've been moving to a newer fleet of vehicles, and they typically require less maintenance. Contractual services, object 8, are below budget at 37% spent. Some of the key variances within this object are advertising at 15% spent. That's due to delayed advertising campaigns and the seasonality of summer campaign expenses. Engineers were at 21% spent. Again, this is primarily due to seasonality. We expect heavier expenses in the third and fourth quarter, and there's been some invoicing lag from some of those contractors, which have reduced the expense year to date. Janitorial expenses were at 40%, which is just slightly below budget. Some of the Francis Scott Key buildings were shut down for construction, and this drove some of the services lower for this. Fiscal services was at 38% spend. We had less credit card fees due to reduced volume from COVID and the delay in receiving payments associated with the mailing of the NOTDs. All other spending within this object was at 45%, which is basically right on budget. Supplies and materials, object 9 is at 37% spend. In the key variances within this are roadway maintenance materials, which was at 40%. COVID reduced a lot of the traffic volume and maintenance. Salt was at 18%. As mentioned, through December 31st, it was a fairly mild winter, so that kept those expenses lower. And then Easy Pass transponders was at 33%. We are using pre-existing inventory. We expect this will track a little bit closer to budget for the remainder of the year. And just as a note, this was a reduced line item in the full year 21 amended budget. Moving to object 10, replacement equipment, it was at 25%. We expect some orders to come in later in the year to bring this closer back to budget. The additional equipment, object 11, was at 78%. This was the one that was above budget. We were expecting some HR scanners to be bought last year, but they were not purchased until this year, which is driving that variance. Without the scanners, we'd be tracking more at a 25% spend to budget. And then finally, fixed objects, object 13 was at 24%. This is due to some one-time insurance payments that have not yet occurred. So again, we expect that to be closer to budget going forward. That concludes my overview. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Do we have any questions for Mr. Brown? I see no hands or no indication we have any questions. So thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chantel. Okay, next up we have agenda item number 10, second quarter capital budget comparisons for actuals versus projected spending for fiscal year 21 capital budget. And Ms. Jeannie Marriott will be joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm providing an update on the status of fiscal year 21 capital spending as compared to the fiscal year 21 capital budget in the fiscal year 21 to 26 draft CTP that was approved by the board in June of 2020. This information was presented to the Finance Committee on February 9th. As of December 31st, 2020, 30% of the fiscal year 21 budget was spent as compared to the targeted spending level of 50%. The actual spending through the second quarter was $165.2 million. 31 of the 105 projects budgeted in fiscal year 21 were within the acceptable spending limits of 25 to 75%, which is plus or minus 25% of the 50% target. Due to normal lags in invoicing, generally 2 months, a plus or minus 25% threshold was determined to be reasonable. There are 7 capital projects budgeted for more than $10 million each in fiscal year 21. And if we look at attachment A, we can see those projects. The Nice Middleton Bridge, which is the largest budget in fiscal year 21, was at 28% as of December 31st. And the spending on the other highly budgeted projects ranges from 11 to 42%. And I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'm sorry. I was having computer difficulties there.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Jeannie. I was trying to figure out. I saw you had stopped talking, and I couldn't hear you or I couldn't see you. So I'm back. Luckily, my computer did not reset right in the middle. I think we've all experienced that at some point on Microsoft Teams. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Do we have any questions?
I just had a quick question, Jeannie. When we're talking about spending through 12/31, is that bills accrued, or is that cash paid out?
No, that's what we paid.
You paid.
Those are the actual expenditures.
I'm sorry, what?
Those are the actual expenditures. The numbers that I report are based on the payments that have been made to the contractors and also charges to the payroll. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jeannie? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your week. Okay, we're on to item number 11. We're moving along. MDTA Travel Plaza annual update on operations and maintenance. I have Simon Nahar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Najar. I'm the Maryland Travel Plazas Administrator. In your packet, you've got a number of slides, and I'm going to briefly go over the background of the travel plazas and really jump into where we are today. The reason why we have the travel plazas is to provide a safe and clean place for motorists, to promote highway safety and also promote our great state. The MDTA entered into a 35-year P3 contract with Aries USA in 2012 for 2 completely brand new travel plazas. This partnership allows us to focus on our expertise, which is operating toll highways, bridges, and tunnels. In return, the MDTA receives 10 to 15% of the revenue generated at the plazas. All maintenance, restaurant selections, and shops are the responsibility of the concessionaire, Aries USA. The concessionaire is a subsidiary of Aries SA, which is the world's 3rd largest in the field of food and beverage, and is also present in many large U.S. airports, including Newark, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and Orlando. I'm at slide 8 for reference. It also operates the 8 travel plazas at Florida's Turnpike. I'm going to go to slide number 10, which reviews the revenue that we have received by fiscal year. You'll see in fiscal year 2020, total revenue was $3.54 million. And this amount was impacted by the onset of COVID-19. And to get a better look at how COVID impacted our operations, please turn to slide number 11, where you see 2 charts. The first chart on your left is March 2020 to January 2021, and the same period the year prior. So you can see there was a drop of almost 50% in revenue. As mentioned earlier, we do receive 10 to 15% in revenue generated from fuel, food, and products sold. So slides 13 through 15 kind of go through the details of how we receive revenue. The revenue formulas are basically determined by the Pacific Plaza, the commodity, and the amount of that commodity sold. Basically, the more product that the concessionaire sells, more fuel that goes through, more hot dogs, hamburgers are sold at the plazas, generates more revenue for us. So as a concessionaire does well, we do well too. We are in the retail trade at the travel plazas. So part of that is always to improve customer service. So I'm going to go to slide number 11. Recently, the concessionaire installed self-serve order kiosks at both plazas. In the photo, you'll see a photograph of the kiosks are now set up. So basically, a guest comes into the travel plaza. If they don't want to stand in line, they can go directly to the kiosk and go through the menu options. The kiosk can be they can be programmed to a specific concept, i.e. a Wendy's or a Dunkin' Donuts, or a group of concepts. As the customer goes through and orders products, based on what they're ordering, the system will generate or suggest other items. So it's basically upselling the customer. The concessionaire feels that they'll generate more revenue this way. It also will move the customers away from standing in line to place an order to actually standing in line to get their order. It also will help help them manage their labor or their team members. Looking ahead, there are several improvements planned at the travel plazas, including repaving of the parking lots, ramps, and improved lighting. The concessionaires are also reviewing new food options and revamping the restrooms. One improvement that we have right now is at the fueling stations. Sunoco is going to replace all the fuel dispensers at both plazas, replace the point of sale systems, and also renovate the restrooms. This just started at Chesapeake House this past Monday. Going forward to slide number 18, there are some challenges that we face at the travel plazas. This includes COVID-19, and as more people are vaccinated and feel comfortable travel again, that will help improve our revenues. One of the areas that has really been impacted is the bus transportation, i.e. Greyhound, your Bolt buses. There's been hardly any buses in the last year at the travel plazas per the concessionaire. The other challenges that we face in retail is hiring staff, because one of the issues that we have is there's no public transportation at the travel plazas. The plazas are islands in the middle of an interstate, and there's also the issue of competition with warehouses. There are a lot of new warehouses coming online, and they're providing a much higher wage, and that's also competing with the labor market up there. We also compete with Delaware House, which is just 20 minutes away from Chesapeake House. And one of the other challenges that we face is keeping up with technology, payment technologies, as people migrate more or migrate away from cash to other technologies. As I wrap up, one thing I do want to mention is that on the onset of COVID-19, the Maryland travel plazas never closed. Some of our regional travel plazas in other states did shut down, but we never closed, and that really helped serve one of the most important customers that we have at the travel plazas, which are our overnight truckers. And with that, I'm going to wrap up my presentation. If there are any questions, definitely would be looking forward to answering them for you.
Thank you for the great presentation, and that was an excellent point about the overnight truckers, because that certainly assisted in keeping the supply chains open and allowing them to refuel their bodies to be able to get stuff across up and down the East Coast and across the country. So great job on keeping those things open and keeping them operating. Any questions?
Just one. Have you seen an uptick as far as patronage in the last couple of months since traffic has picked up on the interstates?
It's been very slow. The biggest driver for the revenue is probably going to be our bus traffic. And as people get more comfortable to travel, we hope that when they do come to the travel plazas, we'll have options for them to stay and linger. Right now, everyone who's coming in, when they do make a purchase, they're walking right back out to their vehicles. So, as people get more vaccines, we're hoping that the trend will continue in a positive way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions.
Sure.
Would you say they moved to the new kiosk is because of the labor market up there in Cecil County, or more did our raising minimum wage to $15 an hour have something to do with it as well?
No, I would say as far as the kiosk goes, it's strictly a movement of instead of having customers stand in line to place an order, and then they have to stand in line again to receive the order. We're moving the customers through faster by having them go directly and placing the order and moving directly to the line to actually pick up their order.
So it's just an efficiency thing.
Efficiency, correct.
And my other question was, do we have any issues with security there, particularly at night with, I guess, being open 24 hours? I just wondered, do we have our own security people, or does a vendor have his own security people, or do the state police stop in there, or what's?
The Maryland State Police patrols the travel plazas, and whenever we've asked for additional assistance, they've stepped up.
Member Gaines, at our most recent quarterly meeting with senior management of Arius USA, who is our concessionaire for these travel plazas, we actually asked about crime and issues, and the regional vice president had said that they really don't have any issues, and Maryland State Police have been an outstanding partner with them. So that was very nice to hear.
Yeah, it's good. Not looking for problems. Why wouldn't our MDTA police be patrolling up there as opposed to Maryland State Police?
That portion of 95 is patrolled today by Maryland State Police, and we reimburse them for their services.
Okay.
So they're already right there on 95.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense. Any more questions? Great. Thank you, Simon. Appreciate the presentation. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have agenda item number 12. It will be an update on the third generation electronic toll collection, transition readiness, current operations and revenue update, and we'll have a duo of Deb Sharpless and Will Pines.
Good morning again. For the record, I'm Deb Sharpless, Chief Financial Officer. This month's presentation about the transition, we've broken it up into 3 sections. The first section will be very familiar to the format that we've talked about in the past, but we called it transition readiness, and we'll address TransCore and then we'll address CAPS. Then I'll turn the presentation over to Will Pines, who will talk about current operations, and then I'll step back in and I'll talk about traffic and revenue. We thought there was benefits of pulling all of these items together. So I'm gonna go to the PowerPoint slide that's in your materials. I'm gonna jump to slide 4, which is the workflow schedule that you've seen, I think every time since November, I think is when we started using this workflow and schedule. And you can see the today box, we keep moving down to where we were. If I remember correctly, we were like up around, I thought we were like around software build 17 when we last talked about this in January. But anyway, today we are at system integration testing. Our go live is planned this spring, is where we're at. The schedule has not changed, from the overall go live date. Something might have been, one thing might have been a little longer, something else is a little shorter, but our overall go live date has remained unchanged. And this is TransCore. I'm sorry, I should have started off by saying this. First, I'm going to talk about TransCore, and then we'll switch over to CAPS. So on the next slide, this is slide 5. We wanted to talk about Tier 3 results because that was one of the big accomplishments over the past month and a half. You've heard us talk about, this is the software testing. You've heard us talk about Tier 1 testing and Tier 2 testing and Tier 3 testing. So it's keep testing the software over and over and over again. And so this time, this was by far the best results, significant improvements from Tiers 1 and 2. We've had multiple software builds that has reflected it. We had a pass rate of 94%, a fail rate of 4%, and a percentage that wasn't tested of 2%. That was largely associated with correspondence or reports, and we had means of looking at them other ways. The number of volumes that we tested also is reduced, that we eliminated volumes that were either successfully tested during the prior ones, and especially if they weren't what we call core volumes. So if we've already passed something 100%, once, twice, and everybody was satisfied, we didn't add those into this test bed for tier 3 a second time. So with the failed cases, they'll be prioritized and fixed in regression test as part of Build 18 after we complete SIT, but before we go live. And the reports and correspondence, they'll be valid. They were validated the week of the 15th. So next, I'm moving on to slide 6, and that has to do with system performance. So we're getting ready to have another system performance test in the coming weeks. It's an April time period. And so this information is really what we've shown you prior, because the last test was done in December of December 28th. But one thing that was of note during we were seeing some latency issues in tier 2 testing, and we didn't experience the same when we did tier 3. Now, when we do this testing the next time, if I recall correctly, we're going to move external website users up to 1,500. And so what we keep on doing with each round of these performance testing, we keep adding the load to the point where you're trying to break the system. And I'm sorry, the last thing is when we've missed the KPI is 99%. And so when we miss the goal, when we're missing it, we're within the like a 2 to 3 second range. So the goal is to be under 2 seconds. So where these percentages are not where we want them to be yet, they're just in the next bucket in a 2 to 3 second range. And again, these are volumes higher than what we anticipate, but we have to plan for spikes. Okay, now moving on to slide 7, and this is the SIT proof testing. Now today we're in what we're calling formal SIT proof testing, and what we had done previously is we went through what we call preliminary, and we did this prior to the formal just to reduce risk. And over the last month and a half, which is from when we talked last in January to when these materials were put together, we've seen a lot of progress. And so when we put things in the column of pass or pass with comments, we went from 254 items to now 440 items. The failed decreased from 22 to 10 or 2%, and pending and incomplete went from 256 to 59. Now, anything that was not tested as part of this preliminary, it will be tested as part of the formal testing. Mail house remains a high priority. It represents the largest number of scenarios. At the time the board materials were put together, the preliminary testing was at a 70% pass rate. So, and also in your table, you can see that the very bottom is where were the results as of January 26th, and then where were the results as of March 16th. So moving on to slide 8, this is the look forward. With regard to software, we're going to complete and finalize Build 18 to include all outstanding go live defects. We will have builds after we go live and other enhancements that will continue to roll out. The final, so when we're rolling out post go live items, we're doing them in increments of 30 days. The contract includes incentives for KPIs. So we're going to be watching and monitoring KPIs, because after 90 days is when we go into acceptance system, and that's when KPIs kick in. And then also all system defects need to be fixed within the 91st day after system acceptance. And so that can be stated 2 ways. You could say 181 days from go live, since from go live to acceptance is 90, and then there's an additional 90 for any remaining defects. With regard to testing, we're going to finish the formal SIT testing, and we're going to test Build 18. We're going to finalize the transition and planning and the coordination between Caption TransCore as well as Conduit. We're going to do the system performance testing that I mentioned, and we're working on submittals and approvals of documentation. So that's an update on the TransCore side. Next, we're moving on to the CAP side, and the first thing you see is a schedule. Same thing. We started when we started presenting CAPS, we were up here. You know, there was a lot of work that was done prior to trip interfaces. We started this where we were at when we started presenting. So at the time of these materials being put together, we're doing CSE testing. That's the exchange of transactions from CAPS over to TransCore, and working on go live reports. Again, at the time of the presentation, the transition readiness date for CAPS was April 2nd, and then in the spring we'll go live. We did the transition readiness date, it did move from March 24th to April 2nd, but that had no bearing on the planned go live. Now, with regard, on slide 11, with regard to CAPS's priority tasks, they're really broken down into 3 areas. The first one is system integration. This is the transfer of transactions from CAPS to TransCore. This time last month, the error rate was at 5%. Now the error rate is at 1.15%, and our go live goal is less than 1%. So we're coming really, really close to our goal. And obviously we're still working on it. CAPS is still working so that we can make sure we achieve that goal. And then there's always reconciliations between the CAPS and the TransCore system. With regard to system performance. So what system performance is when they have to process transactions. They take the transactions from the lane and they have to fully form a transaction. Our goal is that they can do a full day's worth of transactions in 12 hours. This time, when we reported in January, it was taking CAPS 18 hours to process a full day's worth of transactions. Currently, it's taking them 11 hours. So they're achieving the goal of 12 hours. And then lastly, with reports, these are go live reports. Some reports will come after go live. We've broken these reports down into what's critical, high, medium, and low. And you know, the table explains itself. We've increased the number of deployed reports from a month and a half ago from 16 to 30, and validations of these reports continue and are ongoing. Other critical tasks that are being worked on. This is on slide 12. Lane improvements, KPI, customer issues, quality assurance plans. And one of the things that is certainly affecting us now is when we're in full operations, we'll have a continuous loop that when CAPS is forming transactions, you know, they have to pass them on to TransCore within 3 days. So as they have image review and all, the feedback will be very quick and we'll close that circle. So that'll help us also with quality at that time. We're finalizing the transaction plans, including our plan to resolve the backlog of transactions. That plan will be presented to the board members in April, the complete plan and how we're going to take the backlog that we currently have and how we will become current across the board. We've also issued a task order for additional space because we have so many more transactions in CAPS system, we needed more space. And then lastly, our IT office, especially David Goldsboro, is working with them on a network latency issue between our EOF, which is located at the ICC, and the JFK system. So let me pause there for a second for an update on the 3G readiness, and then turn the presentation over to Will, who will talk about current operations.
Hey, Deb, before you go to the next step there, I think Member Gangemi may have a question on your first portion of the presentation. Is that correct, Member Gangemi, or would you like to wait?
No, I do. I'm just curious. how many, you've referenced software builds in the past. How many are we up to now?
So the one that sometimes there can be a like 17.1, 17.2. They are the only two that I recall that we did a point number. So build 18 will be the build before we go live. So and these builds have been since we stopped and we had changed our go live date. So they've been since I'm please don't hold me, somewhere around the September, October time period. And then the builds are broken down, so that we can test and TransCore can test the software changes.
Okay. It's a lot.
Yeah, and sometimes a fix is something significant. Other times a fix in a build could be fixing a phone number on a receipt. So the complexity of the items in the build can vary greatly.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a real quick question. This is Member Von Paris. The debit, it looks like on the CAPS performance and the system integration, you have the 1% their goal to go live. Is part of your evaluation when you look at some of these performance standards to say it's better to go live? We're better off to go live with a 1% or whatever percent than to stay where we are. So is that part of the evaluation?
No, the one having an error, a goal of less than 1%, that's not that would have been our goal if we transitioned a year ago. That when and it can happen for a number of reasons. Can be an error. I'm sorry, we don't have Bob Jordan on the phone right now who could go into much more technical detail. That there will always be some errors, and when there's an error that occurs, there's activity that needs to happen in order to correct it. So we don't want to create this circle where you're trying to send transactions over and then you have to rework them.
Okay.
So the error rate isn't dependent upon that. But with regard to like acceptable errors when you go live, this is about as large of a transition as there are with major systems. You're never able to go live with a system with everything perfect because you will never go live, whether we're talking about unemployment or any system.
Right, and that's what I was basically saying, where looking for the perfect system, there will never be a perfect system, but it comes time where you have to move over, even though you have a couple of issues yet. That's what I'm saying. In terms of an evaluation, you will be in a better place moving over with a system than just wait for perfection.
Member Von Paris, we agree with you.
You're absolutely correct. And quite frankly, we made that decision a while ago. I think I may have explained it to you prior, where we said, or I'm sorry, where TransCore said they could be ready on a certain date, and now we're holding to that certain date. And many on our team, including the consultants, disagreed with me on that decision at first. But there was no way to hold their feet to the fire until we go live. And so the decision was made, we're going to hold our feet to the fire. We're going to push as hard as we can, work with them as much as we can, both operationally and with the software. And we brought a better, I'll say a more robust team of our group together with Will and David and others. others, and we're pushing. And I think we're in a much better place now by making that decision, not to be perfect.
Thank you.
Member Ardinger, I'm sorry, I just realized your hand was up.
That's okay. Deb, I don't want to make assumptions. I think I know what you mean by this, but you say mail house remains a high priority, and then you also say that comments are currently at 78%. Can you just give us a little bit more information about that, please?
You're
Sorry,
on mute.
let me unmute myself. Sorry about that. I just needed to unmute myself. Will, do you want to take this question? I think I heard.
Sure, I can. And on the first part, in terms of mail, so actually, but for the record, my name is Will Pines, and I'm Chief Operating Officer for MDTA. So the mail house are functions like mailing the notices of toll due, the civil penalties, and as those packages are being prepared, we're reviewing them to make sure that the image quality is good, the information printed, matches the customer account, and ultimately there's a number of test cases that need to be run to validate that the work products, the correspondence, and the reports that are generated and that ultimately could end up being evidence packages for when we go to court for cases that escalate through the entire process, that those packages will withstand the test of what's necessary to collect the revenue. So those really do have very stringent processes to make sure that they're good to go. And so we've been through a number of iterations reviewing those to make sure that the image quality is up to snuff and everything. So, for example, the types of issues that I've observed that the team is working on is, the quality of the image comes over with a high number of JPEGs, but when it goes to the printer, there's some downsizing for the pixels on the paper. And so we've worked with the vendor on how to balance the image resolution and the printing to make sure that the NOTDs come out right. And so that's just one example of the types of things that we're working through with the vendor on what we call mail house issues. Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Will. Great background, by the way. Okay, any other questions for that portion? Okay, Deb and Will, back to you.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up the presentation from here, and as Deb mentioned, start to go into some of the operational issues that we're encountering with the transition, the challenges, and some of the mitigation steps that we're taking. And so jumping right into slide 14 in your package, this month, our Executive Director, Jim Port, sent an open letter to the public alerting them to the challenges that we're facing from postal delays, and also requested their patience with the corresponding high call center volumes from the issues that we've had. The letter made it clear to customers that we'll make them whole when they encounter mailing issues on paid tolls. And currently, MDTA, as a consequence of partly due to the pandemic and some of the response to that, but also partly due to some of the challenges that we've had, we're not escalating cases to CCU or MVA for suspension or flagging. And also, we're currently paused the mailing of citations until we work down our payment backlogs and those are cleared. And I'll get into more details of that on the next slides. And so I'm going to begin to kind of walk you through the challenges in more detail with specific mitigation strategies that we're taking. So moving right along to the next slide 15. In March of last year, we've reported on this a couple of times, we paused the processing and mailing of NOTDs to our customers who do not have easy passes. And this was done to try to provide some financial relief to customers who may at the time had not had the income to be able to pay their tolls. Since In October of last year, we resumed those mailings of notice of toll due and have mailed over 5 million to date. There are approximately 23 million video transactions remaining to post and mail based on the backlog that had developed between March and October. And this includes roughly 30% of which are I-tolls, which are typically occur from E-ZPass customers who do not properly mount their transponders. So we can't really tell exactly how many video transactions are I-tolls until we actually review the image and link the license plate to an account. But it's very common that a percentage of our video transactions are E-ZPass customers who do not properly mount their transponder. With the reinitiation of the mailing, this increases essentially all of our work processes downstream. And ultimately, one of the biggest challenges that we face is the very high increase in customer inquiries that we've encountered in relation to those NOTDs that have went out. Some of the steps that we took to try to help offset the difficulties from the mailings is that prior to actually resuming mailings, we alerted our customers that they could proactively make their payments online prior to the mailings of NOTDs to try to extend the amount of time that they could work through this process. Also, as we discussed at previous meetings with the board, the MDTA set up a team of in-house folks to help deal with the high volume of certifications that would be needed to process these NOTDs to citations for those who do not pay their NOTDs. However, again, we're currently not mailing citations at this time while payment processing has lagged, again, due to some of the Postal Service issues that we've faced. So, and I'll talk about some of that here a little more in a second. Moving into discussing some of our phone system challenges, the new call center that we're going to be bringing on board with the 3G transition will have more than 3 times the number of representatives than we currently have right now. Unfortunately, with the high volume and before we make that transition, we currently have wait times that at the peak periods are nearly 1 hour. We've been expanding our in-person hours at our 12 customer service centers statewide to try to offer an in-person alternative to those who are not able to get through the phone system at a convenient time for them. And we've set up employee support with an appointments line and our MDTA main line to help resolve issues. And many of the customers just want to get a basic update on status of their E-ZPass account and basic information that's pretty easy for us to resolve without going to that customer service line, and that these additional steps have been helpful in resolving. The new system will have some enhanced features like enhanced IVR and other features that will improve customer service. And so with the transition, we expect that these challenges will be reduced with the phone system. In terms of the next slide on customer payments, since resuming the NOTD mailings, we've received a very high volume of check payments. The volume is growing faster than our ability to clear the checks in the system. And this is resulting in some customers who are canceling their checks before we're able to process them. And additionally, in certain cases, because we're not able to process the check quickly enough in the system, that has some built-in business rules, the citations are unfortunately mailed prior to the checks being cleared. And so when we realized that this issue was happening, we made the determination that we needed to make sure, number one, that again, we make our customers whole and we cancel any citations in the system for customers who by their postmarks show that they paid on time. And also we've currently stopped mailing citations since we're unable to accurately confirm that customers have not paid. And we're working to clear the backlog of checks so that we can begin that citation process again. Again, we're using the postmark date to verify payments are on time and dismissing civil penalties while we're processing. The MDTA has also stepped in to assist with processing these check payments at our CSCs. Our CSCs obviously regularly take in-person payments from our customers, and so we have picked up a number of checks from the service center and delivered them to our customer service centers. And finally, we're actively reminding our customers of the benefits of EasyPass, that with an EasyPass, obviously, the paperwork can be avoided entirely from video transactions. And so this is always the best option to avoid the customer payment challenges that we've been experiencing. And also reminding our customers that they can pay online through the website as opposed to mailing a check. That will help to avoid any challenges that have been occurred from the Postal Service. Going to EasyPass transactions, in July of last year, the MDTA also paused posting EasyPass trips on the ICC. And so now there's approximately a 14 million transaction backlog on the ICC to post. Please note that this is separate from the video transactions that I noted on the prior slide. So those 23 million remaining backlog of NOTDs are separate from the 14 million ICC trips that we need to post to customers' accounts. The iTolls on EasyPass accounts for video transactions will again post for all facilities and not only the ICC. As part of the plan to help make sure that as we post this backlog of transactions, that we don't detrimentally harm our customers, we are going to be metering the trips as we start to post those to their accounts. And we will continue to regularly communicate with our customers to remind them to maintain positive balances on accounts for their tolls used. We do anticipate, as Deb mentioned in a prior slide, we anticipate providing more detail on our recovery plan of the backlog at next month's board meeting. Refund payments, this one's kind of quick. There is also nearly 73,000 customer refunds that need to be issued that result from either where customers over or make duplicate payments. For whatever reason, sometimes customers may misread the notice of toll due and accidentally send in more money than is required. We've identified, with this backlog of mailings, we've identified a backlog of customers that we actually owe refunds to. This totals about $600,000. And so we're currently working, we've set up a strike force team to help, again, process these refund checks and make sure that we make customers whole and mail them back any payment overages that's in backlog. And so finally, want to talk about out-of-state debt transactions. Historically, the out-of-state tolls were escalated to CCU. However, 2019 legislation passed that allowed MDTA to collect video debt for out-of-state transactions. MDTA completed an RFI to industry to learn more about best practices in structuring a debt collection contract, and we work closely with some of our other neighboring and tolling agencies to learn about their experiences. And now we're working on preparing a debt collections RFP based on those findings, and with a plan to collect the over 20 million in tolls that are outstanding since 2019 from out-of-state video transactions. We also are working with the IAG to expand third-party tolling options to improve tolling payments up front, so that hopefully we can avoid these outstanding payments by leveraging these third parties. And obviously, we've talked about it a couple times with the go live of 3G. The pay-by-plate option will come online, and that will create another opportunity for customers who don't have an EasyPass to make payments and avoid going to debt collections. Finally, it's important to note, obviously, the board has a lot of interest in our financials, and we want to make it clear that considered and forecasted revenue only include paid transactions. So we don't, this outstanding unpaid debt is kind of above and beyond what we typically count in our revenue stream. So with that, we'll also pause and open it up to any questions on the operations before turning it back over to Deb on the revenue questions.
Well, I do have one question. I couldn't, I'm not sure I heard correctly, but did you say 14 million ICC Easy Pass transactions?
That's correct. With one tweak, it's actually 14 million trips. So on the ICC, right. You know, as customers travel through several different gantries, each one of those gantries has its own kind of transaction, and those are formed into a trip.
Sure, yeah, and it could be, you know, 7 million people have done the entire length or something like that. But yeah, I couldn't. My computer was cutting out. I couldn't really hear the figure. So thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
We don't have, just to make a distinction here, we don't have a specific count yet. Those, because ICC trips are composed of both video transactions and transponder-based transactions, we don't have a specific count on how many customers are specifically within that 14 million. That's just a total count of the trips.
Sure.
It certainly is likely that some of those trips are to the same customer.
Sure, to be expected. Okay, thank you. I see Member Ardinger has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. Will, thank you. This is a great summary. So I want to first make sure I'm clearly understanding what's out there. And then I do have a question. So the way that it's laid out, we currently have 3 different, let's say, buckets of what's outstanding. We have the outstanding video transactions, we have the ICC Easy Pass, and then we have the out-of-state transactions. Is that correct? Did I understand your presentation correctly?
Sort of. Let me say it a little differently. Okay. So I think the Easy Pass transactions, the 14 million trips, are the easiest. Those are a combination of video and transponder-based transactions, and those are counted in kind of one bucket. Within video, you have out-of-state debt, which goes that out-of-state debt that I talked about, that goes all the way back to 2019, and so that has some things in the bucket that are pre-pandemic and before the NOTD pause. So I might be confusing you there, where there's things in that bucket that are both related to the pandemic and pre-pandemic. So just to make sure that there may be a little bit of double counting there in the way you were trying to do the accounting, if you will. But within the video transactions, there are tolls that are considered I-tolls. So again, those are Easy Pass customers. The 23 million includes Easy Pass customers who likely did not have their transponder mounted properly. When we do the image review, we'll identify them, and that roughly 30% of the 23 million will post to those customers' accounts, and those are on all facilities, not exclusive to the ICC or a specific location. And then there's the remainder of the video transactions, the roughly remaining 70% that are just straightforward video tolls that will post to customers' license plates. They can pay online, or they can receive the NOTD and pay by mail. Within that 70%, to break it down a little further, a portion of those will be out of state and a portion will be in state. Some of those out of state transactions would be in the bucket of out of state debt collections that I referred to on the last slide. I said a lot there. Hopefully I made it clear. Do I need to go any further?
No, but I did have a question. So on the video transactions, and I just realized my counting might be off. So altogether, there were 28 million video transactions, and we have mailed 5 million of those to date. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I calculated my percentage, but I'm off. But it looks like we're under 20% that we've processed and sent out to date since October. Would that be correct? Yeah.
I didn't do the math, but I'm gonna say yes. It's just over 20%. That's correct.
Okay. That seems a little slow. How are we doing? What are our thoughts on that? Since that's like what, 6 months or 5 months of processing?
Right. So that's basically since October until present. But so part of the reason for the time it takes to mail out those transactions is that you have to do the image review process. And so in the existing system, that image review is frankly quite slow. We expect that when we transition to the 3G system, we will be able to complete that image review at a much faster pace, and we'll migrate through that 23 million quite quickly. But keep in mind, so there's two things that have competing interest here. As I mentioned, when we sent 5 million of these, it generates an enormous volume of payments, of phone calls, of just downstream issues from the mailings. So we have to balance, we talked about in the open letter, the metering approach that we'll do. We have to balance sending these and trying to get the revenue fast with making sure that we don't harm our customers by sending these too quickly at one time. So the plan that we're going to bring to you next month that Deb mentioned earlier is going to attempt to do that. It's going to have a metering approach that will try to make sure that the revenue is collected within FY22 so that we get the full benefit of that. As Deb mentioned in the financial reporting, that we the money that's shifted out of FY21, that we recover that in 22, while we do that pretty methodically and not harm our customers to the degree that we can.
Right. So, and I understand that. I mean, but it's like a balancing act now, because you don't want to go too long without notifying the customer of what's due. But at the same time, as you said, you don't want to overwhelm them either. So I understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Rosen. And I see you, Member Von Paris. You'll be next up.
So, and well, I think you may have just answered this partially, and that maybe this is what's going to be included in the plan. All this obviously ultimately trickles down into collections, but I think you've neatly laid out, in the various buckets of issues that we're having and these trickle down effects. I think will be helpful to know is within each of these buckets, and maybe as part of your plan, what is the timeline and what resources are needed to get us there to resolve these issues. I mean, I guess the hope is that once we're caught up, that none of these are issues any longer, or maybe they are in a smaller fashion, because you're always going to have issues with payments and so forth. But I think laying out that timeline to the extent that you can would be helpful, because I imagine this is also going to take more bandwidth. I mean, someone's going to have to. There's more people that are needed. There's a cost to that.
Sure. So the new 3G system that Deb talked about, the transition timeline, it just has us in phenomenally better position to be able to work the issues on every level. The resources are stronger to help us manage this problem. So with that said, I think I hear you loud and clear. I kind of making a note for myself that as we have this plan to kind of make sure that the buckets are clear to you for next month, we do anticipate that the plan will work down through the backlog. I don't want to say as quickly as possible, because we could do it faster and issue these faster, but we don't want to do that in a manner that would harm our customers. So it's a delicate balancing act. But again, another point to make about the view of this long term, obviously we've now switched permanently to all electronic tolling, and with that, the quick cash in hand that goes straight into the piggy bank, if you will, is delayed. With a video transaction, there's always a lag in payment. And so one of the big efforts that we'll need to continue to do as an agency is expand our Easy Pass penetration rates. And as we kind of continue to grow with all electronic tolling and we convert more facilities, we've been working really hard to generate ideas and to move forward plans to be able to expand EasyPass. So between the transition and the approach to try to knock this out, we do think that the plan that we'll present next month will show you how we're going to do that. But the longer view question that you raise, I think getting us as many of our customers to EasyPass as possible is really the true solution, along with some of the new payment options that will come with 3G.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I appreciate that you're dealing with 150 different variables here, and it is a balancing act. You know, you and Deb and the team have done a really good job of trying to manage through this perfect storm.
Yeah, let me also say, and I'm glad you mentioned some of the things you did well, especially with EasyPass penetration. But keep in mind that what Will's saying too is that TransCore actually has the ability to work down the backlog faster than we can actually work it for our customers. And so what we need to keep in mind is that once we transition, you have two things going on. One is we need to keep up with the transactions that are currently taking place, right? So every 2 weeks, 14 days, you know, the customer gets a bill for the last 14 days that they just went through the toll facility. Plus, on top of that, we have to work down the backlog. So, you know, they'll be getting a hit with a backlog plus their current transactions. So that's one point. Two, one of the reasons we can't move too quickly on the backlog is because, keep in mind, especially if you have an EasyPass, we will hit your account, and when that account's depleted, you have to replenish it, or we're going to hit it again. And if we continue to hit it, you're going to put your customers in a financial bind that they may not have the funds in the bank account, for example. And we would end up losing EasyPass customers if we get it out of control. So we do have to phase this in somehow. The other thing is, Will mentioned penetration rate. I think it's probably one of the most important initiatives that we can have is increasing the penetration rate with EasyPass. And as you know, we've been trying to think out of the box and think of ways to do that. I am, I can't say meeting because everything's done by a phone call now, but I will be meeting with the lobbyist for new car and truck dealers, as well as the Tag and Title, the president of the Tag and Title Association, this Friday. Well, tomorrow. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, we have a Teams meeting with the MDTA, Motor Vehicle Administration, because they work with them all the time. And we're going to talk through ways that the new car and truck dealerships can get inventory for EasyPass. And when somebody buys a new car, they can ask them if they need an EasyPass. The other thing you heard about is iTolls. iTolls are not just, well, iTolls are usually people who have not installed their EasyPass correctly in their vehicle. One of the reasons they don't install it is because when they buy a new car or a new used car, they don't have the dualies, the two sticky things, if you will, to put in their windshield. And so we're working with the new car dealerships and Tag and Titles to both help us with the penetration rate with the EasyPass and facilitate customers who may need the dualies for a current EasyPass that they have. And so so we can reduce our iToll, our iTolls, and having to look at those video tolls, if you will. That's going to help significantly reduce the amount of videos that we have to observe. And of course, like I said, increase our penetration rate. So we're being active on quite a few fronts and being creative in our way to reduce the video tolls. So I just wanted to share that with you too.
Member Von Parrish, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Will.
I do, and
I do, and I will be quick. First of all, as Member Rosen said and others said, thank you. Thank you, Will and Deb and Jim and the team for all the efforts you putting forth to get us in a better place. And I know it's tough. I can hear it and see it. And if there's anything we can do to help you along the way, please let us know. We want to support your efforts to get out of this. The plan to address the backlogs, I think that's great. We need it, and I'm looking forward to that and excited about that. The other thing, Jim, just to comment on your last comment and Will's comment about the 30% on the Easy Pass issue where they're not assembling or putting it the transponder in their cars, their vehicles properly. Will, do we have a customer resource center on our website, maybe with a go-to video where they could look at it and they could show our customers how to assemble this properly? And are we going to have that built out in our new website? So our existing website to help with the problem, to keep some traffic off, and to get it going, to make an improvement, to get that 30% down, and also going forward with TransCore. I know they have I've been told they have a very powerful website, and are we going to have that there, an immediate fix and a future proactive way to help?
So we are definitely going to beef up the information side on correctly installing your Easy Pass. As a matter of fact, we have a whole marketing strategy that is going to tell you basically if you don't install it correctly, you pay a higher charge, because the iToll is charged at the $4 cash rate versus the $3 Easy Pass rate. So if you want to save money, install it correctly. And so we do have that, and we also already have pushed out on social media we have like a Chris Imms, he did a video, if you will, of how to install it correctly. He talked about what we call waivers. He's like, it's nice if you wave to us, but we can't read your transponder that way, and so kind of made like a little funny video, if you will, which has hit social media several times, and we're going to continue with that process. So yes, we have a robust marketing effort. We have hit social media, and we will have information on our website. Yes. You asked how you can help. Got any relatives that don't have an Easy Pass? Get them an Easy Pass.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim. I'm adding 2 more to your roster on Saturday, so that should help run the numbers up quite a bit. Any other questions on that portion? I think, Will, you said we're going to go back to Deb for the final.
Member Carroll. I'm sorry, Chairman Powell. I have a question.
Yes, Member Cox. I'm sorry.
No,
Member Carroll. There we go.
So 2 things. One, I'm going to jump after my question because I have another commitment, so I apologize to the board. Secondly, Jim, is it possible to consider using MDE as a conduit as folks go through the admissions process? That would seem like a place where you would capture a lot of folks who don't have Easy Passes.
That's a great idea. So technically it wouldn't be MDE, it would be MVA, because you're right, it is an MDE program, but MVA does all the operational procedures for that program. So as I mentioned, I'm going to be on the phone with them tomorrow. I can reach out and see if that is an opportunity where we can do that. So because they are private entities that run those for the MVA. So I had to see what the contractual obligations are, but that's a great idea because they're coming in. You can see whether they have an Easy Pass or not, and then you offer it to them. Great idea. We will pursue that. Thank you very much.
If I could just
remember,
add,
broken clock, right? I'm sorry. I was just saying, just remember, broken clocks right twice a day. That's my good idea.
I think you're more right than a broken clock.
Thank you, Member Carroll. Thanks for letting us know that you have to jump off. Just for the record, for the rest of the board, and Member Carroll, thanks for your time today. I know we've gone quite long. For the rest of the board and any of the viewing audience, we still do have a quorum despite Member Carroll having to go to another commitment. So with that, any more questions for Will? Okay, I see none. I think we're back to Deb. Thanks, Will.
Yeah, thank you. Members, if I could refer you to slide 22. The first thing that you'll see, these are graphs you've seen before. We'll start by talking about where are we from a traffic perspective, and then we'll shift over to revenue. So overall, we still very comparable to what we forecasted from a traffic perspective when you think about COVID and where we thought we were going to be from COVID. Now, February was down and the severe weather affected that. You can see the dip, from February to March, but then you see us coming back up to where we forecasted. And that was across the board, whether we were talking about commercial on the legacy, passenger on the legacy, which is the top graph, or the ICC and the ETLs, which is on the bottom graph. But again, overall, we still closely align. We have to continue to closely monitor it because you can see the forecast has traffic rebounding some, especially on the ICC and the ETLs, not as much on the legacy facilities. It's much more gradual. Now that's important too, because by far the bulk of our money comes from the legacy facilities. Next, I'd like to move to the next slide, which is slide 23. This is a new slide. And so let me start off by what we call our official forecast. So this is our official TNR forecast. I had presented it to you, I think it was in the month of November. If not, it was December. And so what this does is we had a forecast of revenue of $511.6 million. You can see the breakdown of it. And what I just said again a second ago about the legacies being the lion's share, you can see that it represents 88% of our total revenue. Same information, it's just broken down on a transaction basis. Now, we have been, not only do we forecast where we were from an operating expenses and capital and all that, we do the same thing throughout the year, and we keep our financial forecast updated. So when we did the fiscal year 21 credit rating presentations, we expect year end to end right around $72 million under the forecast. That has been our number. And so, yes, I agree. Every month the number changes, but nothing's changing where we think we're going to end the year. That's the piece that's staying the same. We're fluctuating in between the months. And then you can see, where are the reductions when you compare it to the official forecast, and that's a 14% reduction. The next thing that I showed you is, a measure of our financial stability is our debt service coverage. So if we hold all things equal, you spend 100% of the operating budget, 100% of the capital budget, everything else is held equal in the forecast. If total revenue is $439.8 million, that will produce debt service coverage of 2.5. Now, our policy is 2 times. So then we ask the question, how low can revenue go and still achieve 2 times coverage? That answer would be 404.5. Now, this is rounding. We're talking a few $1 million here, but you can see that in a second I'm going to show you that as of the end of February, we're down 40 million, and I'll talk about that. So we're from now until the end of the year, we expect it to be 72. In order to comply with 2 times coverage, technically, we could be reduced an additional 35 million above the 72 million. For perspective as to, why will we stay within our forecasted levels? That's the answer to that question. On the next slide, slide 24, this was a slide we used in the credit rating presentations, and it talks about that shift that happens. The first column, it's official 21 official forecast. It's 512 million. If we would have bounced back to the prior page, that's what you would have seen. The colors break down that revenue, whether it's legacy ETC, legacy video, intercounty connector, express toll lanes, and other. The tall bar chart is the official forecast for FY22. What this is saying is that the 21 number is going to be closer to 140 million. 56 million that's going to shift over into 22, and we assumed 16 million of quote losses. Now, losses do not necessarily mean someone that's never paying us. A piece of it is that ETC revenue is a little bit below where we forecast it with regard to ITOLs. So loss doesn't mean failure to pay, uncollectible. It means less than the forecast. And so that's where we talk about this shift. So 13 million of the shift is expected to be ITOLs from the legacy. 13 million of it is video tolls. 30 million of it is the ICC. Okay. So now I'm going to move to the next slide, which is where are we right end of February. And in the very lower corner shows where we are in relation to the forecast through February. We're 40.2 million behind forecast. Now, prior to February, where weather really affected us, this number was holding at 30 million in December and January. So December and January, we were 30 million behind. Now we're 8 months through actuals. We have 4 more months, which is forecasted. And so today we're 40 million, expected to go to 72. I'm trying to be mindful of time also, the information above it. I'm taking that 40 million and I'm breaking it out between legacy, intercounty connector, and the express toll lanes. But collectively together, we're at the 40. When you look at the ICC and under ETC, that's the green part, you see where normally revenue was forecasted 3.3 to $3.6 million per month. And you can see, July's way down because that's only 2 months worth of transactions. And you see revenue not reflected in August through February. And then that's the extent of the revenue. The very last item that you have is the open letter that Jim sent to customers that Will had referred to. So are there any questions that I can answer regarding traffic or revenue and where we expect to end the year?
I don't see any, Deb. I'm looking for hands. Okay, hearing none. Great. Deb, I believe that concludes your presentation, correct?
That is right.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, members, we have to circle back. Jim will get a kick out of that. We have to circle back to item number 2. We have to do a little housekeeping on the contract that we approved, MR 3019, the on-call facility repairs. And Donna will be back up now to go over that with us. So thank you, Donna. Thanks for the alert on that, Natalie.
Sure, I apologize. This is my oversight when we sent the project summary over. It's a quick correction to the proposed VSBE and MBE goal. Right now, your handouts include on your summary the words pending. I want to clarify that they have committed to 19.91% for MBE and 1% for VSBE. So I'd like to correct the record. 19.91% for MBE, which exceeds the 18% MBE goal, and they meet the VSBE goal of 1%.
And is that going to, I don't believe we're going to require any approval, correct? We're good with what we had?
Should that be an amendment, maybe?
Is it an amendment?
Yeah, it's a correction to your item. So you did approve it with a pending approved MBE plan.
Okay.
I'm just correcting the record for what the committed goal is.
Okay.
Goals are, actually.
Okay, so you're just correcting the record. We don't, I guess we should probably, Kim, I'll ask you just to make sure we're covered. Should we just approve the corrected?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Please go ahead and do an approval for the correction. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to, I was headed that way, but thank you, ma'am. With that said, I will entertain a motion for the corrected item of MR 3019, the on-call facility repairs contract.
I will make that motion, Member Cox.
Thank you, Member Cox. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Member Gaines.
Thank you, Member Gaines. Any discussion or any other questions for Donna on that one? Perfect. Thank you, Donna. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries, Madam Secretary. Now, we're going to move on to item number 13, the Bay Crossing Study Update with Heather Lowe. So Heather, take it away.
Heather,
Good
if you're speaking-
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So good afternoon. For the record, my name is Heather Lowe, and I am the project manager for the Bay Crossing study. I'm here today to present an update on the project. There's a short PowerPoint presentation in your packet. In the interest of time, I've tailored the presentation to new information for the board. As you have probably seen, MDTA released the Bay Crossing Study Draft Environmental Impact Statement, or DEIS, on February 23rd. We had expected to release it earlier, but it was delayed due to our concerns with rising state COVID rates and associated restrictions. In following public health guidance and to ensure adequate opportunity for the public to comment, MDTA and Federal Highway Administration updated the rollout schedule. We also announced public hearings, which are comprised of a public hearing virtual information room located on baycrossingstudy.com and live testimony sessions. The public hearing virtual information room provides the same information as traditional in-person hearings. We are practicing social distancing by sharing the materials virtually and having both in-person and call-in options to provide live testimony. Live testimony will be taken during call-in sessions and in-person hearings. The call-in sessions will be held Wednesday, April 14th and Thursday, April 15th from 1 to 3 p.m. and from 6 to 8 p.m. each day. We are also holding one in-person hearing on each shore. Those hearings will take place from 6 to 8 p.m. on April 21st in Annapolis and April 22nd in Stevensville. Social distancing protocols will be strictly enforced at the in-person hearings. Comments may be submitted during the comment period through May 10th. Moving on to the third slide in your packet, the Corridor 7, the existing Bay Bridge corridor, has been identified as the MDTA Recommended Preferred Corridor Alternative, or RPCA, based on the analysis of a wide range of engineering and environmental factors, as well as input received through public comments and coordination with state and federal agencies. Compared with the other corridor alternatives retained for analysis, or CARA, Corridor 7 would provide better congestion relief at the existing Bay Bridge during both summer weekends and non-summer weekdays, be more effective at reducing backups at the Bay Bridge and reducing the duration of unacceptable level of service, provide the best diversion route during incidents or maintenance activities requiring less additional travel than Corridors 6 and 8, have the shortest crossing of the Chesapeake Bay and shortest overall length, potentially resulting in lowest overall environmental impact. It will likely have the lowest cost due to the ability to use existing infrastructure on US 5301 and have better compatibility with existing land use patterns, likely resulting in fewer indirect effects. The fourth slide shows the comparison of the 2040 projected average daily traffic, or ADT, for both summer weekends and non-summer weekdays for a new crossing in each corridor, in each CARA, for the Bay Bridge. Projections are compared to the 2017 ADT at the Bay Bridge. The results further defined the differences among the CARA for providing adequate capacity and addressing congestion on the existing Bay Bridge. As you can see, a new crossing at Corridor 7 would take more traffic from the existing Bay Bridge than a new crossing in either Corridor 6 or Corridor 8. The next slide shows the projected 2040 level of service, or LOS, for a new crossing and for the Bay Bridge on both summer weekends and non-summer weekdays. LOS is used to describe traffic flow on a scale of A through F, with A representing the best conditions and F the worst. Generally, an LOS of D is the lowest acceptable LOS, while LOS of E and F are considered unacceptable. Although Corridors 6 and 8 would provide an LOS of A or B for a new crossing, as you can see, the Bay Bridge would still operate at LOS E or F, demonstrating that those corridors would not take enough traffic away from the Bay Bridge to effectively relieve congestion. The next two slides summarize key environmental findings. The findings relating to natural resources include the following. Corridor 7 would require a much shorter crossing of the Chesapeake Bay and other major waterways adjacent to the bay compared to Corridors 6 and 8, which would result in less impacts to open waters. Aquatic resources associated with open water, such as essential fish habitat and oyster resources, are more prevalent in Corridors 6 and 8 compared to Corridor 7. Impacts to on-land natural resources would likely be the greatest under Corridor 8, and some resources associated with coastlines, such as Chesapeake Bay critical areas and 100-year floodplains, are more prevalent in Corridor 7 compared to Corridors 6 and 8. The next slide is the findings relating to land use, parks, and historic sites. Those findings include parks and historic sites protected by Section 4F of the Transportation Act are distributed relatively evenly between Corridors 7 and 8, with the fewest number of properties and smallest acreage present in Corridor 6. For both Corridors 6 and 8, residential subdivisions are prevalent throughout the full width of the corridors on the western shore. Corridor 7 is more developed with greater numbers of community facilities and commercial land uses, particularly near US 5301, and Corridor 7 also contains a greater amount of noise-sensitive land uses. Moving on to the next slide on project length and cost. A range of cost estimates was developed for the CARA. These estimated ranges vary based on a number of factors, including whether the crossing would require new infrastructure or could use existing roadways. In all instances, corridors were assumed to tie into the existing roadway network at logical endpoints. Since it hasn't been determined whether a new bay crossing would be a bridge or a bridge tunnel, cost estimates were developed for both structure types. These costs include improvements to the adjacent infrastructure and costs for the crossing structure itself. A tunnel-only option was not evaluated due to the anticipated high cost. So Corridor 7 has the lowest potential cost, ranging from $5.4 to $8.9 billion for a bridge and from $8 to $13.1 billion for a bridge tunnel. Potential costs for Corridor 6 range from $6.6 to $7.2 billion for a bridge and $12.7 to $13.3 billion for a bridge tunnel. And potential costs for Corridor 8 ranges from $11.7 to $15.7 billion for a bridge and from $13.2 to $18 billion for a bridge tunnel. So moving forward, during the Tier 1 study, the MDTA and the Federal Highway Administration will continue to take feedback through Monday, May 10th, 2021 on the Tier 1 DEIS and the MDTA recommended preferred corridor alternative. MDTA and Federal Highway will complete a combined Tier 1 final environmental impact statement and record of decision that will take into consideration all comments received throughout the public hearing comment period. I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. Do we still have feedback? It sounds like it's gone. Sorry about that.
Much better. I think somebody popped off of mute.
Okay. Let's see. MDTA, I was talking about the FEIS and the record of decision. We'll take into consider all comments received throughout the public hearing comment period, summarize and respond to public and agency comments, and identify the selected 2-mile wide corridor alternative. The combined final environmental impact statement and record of decision is the last formal step in the Tier 1 NEPA process. It's expected to be completed next winter. Since funding hasn't been identified, the completion of the Tier 1 study does not presume the initiation of a Tier 2 NEPA study. Completion of the Tier 1 study, oh, I already said that, sorry. Okay, next slide. So if funding were to become available, a Tier 2 study would identify specific alignment alternatives within the 2-mile wide selected corridor alternative that was identified during Tier 1. A Tier 2 NEPA study would take 3 to 5 years to complete. It would identify and evaluate a no-build alternative and various crossing alignments within that 2-mile wide Tier 1 selected corridor alternative. Would evaluate how buses, ferries, transportation systems management, and demand management could be used in conjunction with the crossing alignments, review the potential environmental impacts, determine project delivery methods such as design bid build or design build to organize and finance the design, construction, operations, and maintenance, and culminate with Federal Highway's approval of one alignment with a Tier 2 record of decision. If a build alignment alternative is selected, a Tier 2 study record of decision is needed in order to proceed to final design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction. So that completes my presentation. So I'd like to ask if there are any questions from the board.
Oh, thank you, Heather. Any questions from the members?
I just have one comment, Sean. Now you can see what a valuable team member Heather is to our team, because she's completely led the effort on this issue, and it has been one hot issue with the press. As a matter of fact, I think I'm on WBAL tomorrow with an interview about it. So it's she's done a terrific job, and we really lean hard on her.
Thanks so much, Jim. That's much appreciated.
I'd like to echo those comments, Heather. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about the Bay Crossing for the last several, even in my prior life. So that's good stuff. Any other questions or comments for Heather? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next up, item number 14, legislative session update. Brad Ryan, and I think Brad, we're either at 20 or under 20 days, correct?
We're just over 2.5 weeks.
That's great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. I'm here with you today to provide the board with another update on the 2021 session of the Maryland General Assembly. Like Heather before me, I'm going to provide an abbreviated presentation in the interest of your time, but I'm happy to entertain any questions as always. There are just over 2 weeks remaining in this year's 90-day session, and crossover day has passed. This means that while bills may still be voted on in their chamber of origin, there are timing and procedural hurdles at this point that make it tougher to get them to the finish line in the legislative process. The first two bills I will mention to you were voted out of their chamber of origin before crossover and are now awaiting further action in the opposite chamber. First, Delegate Carr introduced legislation with a cross-file bill in the Senate from Senator King that would end the ability of the MVA to suspend vehicle registrations for those that hit the $1,000 threshold of tolled debt. This bill was approved by the House last year, yet died in the Senate. This year, the bill was again approved by the House and is awaiting further Senate action. Second, Delegate Lukey introduced legislation to require BPW approval for the planting of all invasive or non-native plant species. A number of state agencies submitted their concerns on this bill and their support for separating non-native species and invasive species. And the bill sponsors agreed to amend the bill so that only prohibits the planting of invasive species, which again, MDTA never plants. The amended bill unanimously passed the House and awaits Senate action. Now for those bills that didn't meet the crossover deadline. Delegate Krim introduced legislation with a cross-file bill in the Senate from Senator King to retroactively reduce the civil penalty to $25 for each outstanding citation. The House bill was voted unfavorably in subcommittee and was later withdrawn by the bill sponsor. The Senate bill has not received any action since the bill hearing date. Senator Saling again this year reintroduced legislation to allow for free passage of the Broning turnaround, which would allow vehicles that use the 10.9-mile FSK facility, yet do not traverse the Key Bridge to do so without paying a toll. No further action has been taken on this bill since the bill hearing. And lastly, Senator Hershey and the House Cecil County delegation introduced legislation to relocate the JFK toll gantry on I-95 to a location between Maryland 279 and Maryland 272, which is north of the current location, and to prohibit the MDTA from making any important improvements to the current toll plaza. The House version was voted unfavorably in committee, and the Senate has not yet taken any action beyond the initial bill hearing. As always, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Okay. Hearing none, we have item number 15. If it would please the board, if we could take like a 5-minute break. I believe the chairman will be back between 5 and 10 minutes. So if we can maybe come on back in 5 minutes, is that good with the board?
Great.
Okay.
It's Mario. I do point out that I've got to hop off pretty close to 1:30 because it's COVID shot day.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, I mean, I think the last 4 items, I think after that, it should go fairly quickly.
Okay,
so,
thanks.
We'll get back in just a minute. Greg, so you know, Member Carroll had to jump off, but we still have a quorum. And then member again, Jimmy, and I believe is it member Cox that has to leave at?
Not me.
No, member Gangemi needs to leave at 1:30. Member Enzer kind of fell off. I'm working on getting him back on now.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the remaining part of the agenda are really update items. So I think if we need to follow up with them, if they want to catch up, we can certainly do that later on.
Hey, Natalie, let me know when we have the team back.
We have member Enzer back. You are good to proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, I will be signing off as your acting chair and kicking it back over to Chair Slater. Chairman Slater, we will be picking up with item number 15. So now, sir, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you all for your indulgence. And I had to break when I was dueling board meetings, but let me jump on. We are on item number 15, so I will turn it over to Jim Harkness for a update on our major projects.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jim Harkness. I am the acting chief engineer for MDTA. I last reported this item in at January's meeting, and in the interest of time, I'll keep it brief. And of course, please feel free to ask any questions if there is anything I don't address for you. But this month we have 9 items in our project list, one of which is the 3G project, which you have already heard the presentation on today. So of these 9 contracts, that's 2 less than we had during my last report in January. And so for one of those projects, it actually reached substantial completion. So that was HT 2649, which was the project to replace the vent fans in the Baltimore Harbor Tunnel. So that is why that one no longer appears on the list. And then a second project, FT 3010, which is the 15 kilovolt cable conduit and concrete repair in the Fort McHenry Tunnel. That project received bids, and the bids were favorable, and to such a magnitude that it dropped it below the $40 million threshold. That project utilizes overnight tunnel bore closures, so not a lot of impacts for that project, so we dropped it from the reporting list. So I guess one of the items I'd like to note is that we had a project move from the procurement phase into construction phase since the last report out, and that is BB 3014, which was the emergency procurement contract for AT and lane closure system at the Bay Bridge for the Western Shore, and that we updated also the completion date, the anticipated completion date, to be spring of 2023 for that contract. Another contract that changed was KH 3019. That's the part of the ETL program. That's the Maryland 152 interchange reconstruction project that went from design to procurement. So we sent that and it's currently with procurement, and we are expecting to advertise by the end of April for that project. So really that was kind of the changes that I wanted to hit upon for you. And additionally, I just wanted to make mention of a project that's been ongoing It's not yet on the list, but it will be probably by the next time I report out. And that project is BB 2726. It is the eastbound Bay Bridge Rehabilitation Project. So that project is an alternative delivery utilizing the CMAR method. So we have been working for the past many months on the procurement of the pre-construction services for that contract. So that piece of the contract is getting ready to wrap up, and we should be presenting that to you in the May meeting. But I wanted just to take this opportunity to introduce you to that project and kind of notify you that that project includes the replacement of the deck floor system in a good portion of the eastbound bridge. We're upgrading barrier. It also includes painting and signal gantry replacement. There are some minor work packages that we expect would be released with the anticipation that major construction activities would commence by the end of 2022. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention and kind of preview that for you. So with that, I'll end my comments and open it up if there's any questions.
Jim, just maybe I'll start off just to be clear for the board. The eastbound deck project on the Bay Bridge, the team has worked to find a solution to be able to do a lot of that work at nighttime, so we're not going to have the same type of disruptions that we had on the westbound with the permanent lane closures, those types of things. So I just want to make sure anybody who's watching this in the public does not feel like we're going to have the same issue again that we had on the westbound project, and that's night work. So I just want to make sure anybody watching that is clear, and we're coordinating with our local governments on that on both sides of the bridge.
Yes,
so any
any
questions from members of the board? Great, thanks, Jim.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Move on to David Goldsboro to give us an update on the major IT projects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the board. For the record, my name is David Goldsboro. I'm the Director of Information Technology for the Transportation Authority. The purpose of my update today is to stay within our presentation timeframes, which is a quarterly update to this group. As of today, March 25th, 2021, the Division of Information Technology maintains an active portfolio of 19 projects. That's remained consistent and constant since the last update to the board. DOIT continues to support the MDTA workforce that shifted to a telework status, as well as personnel that are working on site and more personnel that are starting to return to work in some cases. To assist with the high call volume we are seeing at the customer service center, we're working closely with EasyPass and with the new vendor TransCore to give them access to our customer tracking system, which is in place for escalated tickets. The project does call for a post-go live interface between 3G and our customer tracking system. But since the call volume has gotten so high, we thought it would be beneficial to actually put them directly into the system now. What will happen is when we do go live, there will be an automated interface created. Escalated tickets will post to our customer tracking system on a nightly basis, and then it will follow its round robin system and all the business rules we have created for EasyPass. Some of the significant initiatives that we continue to support include our conversion to Salesforce Lightning platform. That is an ongoing project, as well as supporting the 3G rollout. We've got two very good resources providing program and business analysis services. We are also working very closely with both vendors to ensure they have what they need in both of our data centers. CAPS and TransCore, as I previously noted, took us up on our offer during the RFP phase to use our primary and backup data centers to co-locate their equipment. So we make sure that from a power and cooling perspective, they have what they need. So our technical folks are working closely with them. We continue to working with our eForms platform. It's an exciting project. The new vendor has been awarded the contract, and they've onboarded 5 technical resources. They're very talented, and I'm excited to have them to be part of our team. Also, our document scanning services, converting paper to electronic format is ongoing. We've slowed a little bit because we've gotten through our HR group, and I do believe that as we see a return to work, return to the office, that certainly will kick back up because everybody will have to deal with their paper again. Finally, in compliance with the state's requirement to have all employees who can telework to work from home and to facilitate social distancing, all DO-IT staff, including service desk staff and field technicians, are on a telework status. We did split the service desk staff, just to re-clarify that. We have 4 people on and 4 people off. The 4 people who are off are on a telework status, and it's to reduce the footprint in the office. But we still maintain good service levels, and it's worked out quite well. And with that, Mr. Secretary, that's my update for DO-IT. I'll take any questions.
Great, thank you, David. I have no questions. Any questions from members of the board? Okay, thank you, David.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
We will move on to Percy and Tawanda for an update on our civil rights fair practices work.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Secretary, members of the board. For the record, my name is Percy Dangerfield. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for MDTA. And in accordance, much like my other team member, David Goldsboro, in accordance with board policy, we're here to give a quarterly update on our socioeconomic programs. But before we get into that, I also want to take this opportunity to introduce the newest member to the MDTA family, which is Mrs. Tawanda Livingston. She's been here for about 2 weeks. This is obviously her first board presentation. She's a graduate of Temple University, and she brings with her approximately 30 years of experience in civil rights programs, and particularly supply and diversity. So we're extremely excited to have her on board. She's kind of hit the ground running already, and we're already starting to see some really positive changes with the unit. So having said that, I will turn it over to Mrs. Livingston to give an update on our social and economic programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dangerfield, and thank you for that warm introduction, and thank the MDTA family for their warm welcome to this stellar organization and the stellar members of the Civil Rights and Fair Practice Office. I'm humbled and honored to be a part of your team. Greetings, Chair, board members, Executive Director Ports, MDTA's team, and community. Again, for the record, my name is Tawanda Livingston, and I am the Director of the Civil Rights and Fair Practice Office for the Maryland Transportation Authority. So on behalf of the Civil Rights and Fair Practice Office and our Maryland Transportation Authority team, I'm happy to share with you our collective performance as it relates to our socioeconomic programs. So may I call your attention to tab 17 in your board materials, which includes a memorandum from the Civil Rights and Fair Practice Office that provides an overview of the socioeconomic programs that the Civil Rights and Fair Practice Office provides governance, oversight, and administration on behalf of MDTA. The memorandum is covering our performance for the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2021, and that is the period of July 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. I will be sharing our performance related to 4 specific socioeconomic programs we provide oversight and governance for, and that is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, the Minority Business Enterprise Program, the Small Business Reserve Program, and the Veteran-Owned Small Business Enterprise Program. I know that in the memorandum, we summarized these programs for you, but for the audience here, I just want to share that the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program is a federal administrative program, and it is geared towards maximizing the participation of small businesses that are social and economically impaired in some way or disadvantaged in some way. So it's really a small business program that's administered by the federal government. And that's going to be related to our Nice Bridge project. The Minority Business Enterprise Program is the state of Maryland's Minority Business Enterprise Program, for which we are are administrating and providing governance and oversight for. And again, this program is to maximize the participation of minority and women businesses in state-funded contracts. The Small Business Reserve Program, this is the state of Maryland Small Business Reserve Program, and it is designed to provide prime contracting opportunities to certified small businesses in the Small Business Reserve Program. And then we have, of course, the Veteran-Owned Small Business Program. Again, this is the state of Maryland's program, and it is structured to provide opportunities for certified veteran-owned small businesses in state procurements. So in reference to our DBE programmatic results, which are driven by our contracts designated for federal funding, which are associated with our NICE Middletown Bridge project, these contracts have been earmarked for the federal assistance via the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act loan. These programs we provide oversight of these particular 5 contracts that are associated with the NICE Bridge project via our DBE Compliance Program Manager, Miss Normitha Goodrum. She not only provides oversight related to the DBE program, but the economic inclusive measures that have been prescribed by the federal government for receiving funding or support from them. So in reference to that program, I'd like to call your attention to page 5 in the memorandum that's in your board materials. Table 1 in the memorandum depicts the NICE Middletown Bridge project DBE program utilization as of December 31st. So it's 5 contracts that are laid out in the table, starting with contract number 0543 for the bridge replacement. This contract was awarded at a contract of value of approximately $463 million. A notice to proceed on this project was issued on March 17th, 2020. And the DBE subcontracting goal for this particular contract is 15.47%. The DBE utilization to date, I'm sorry, not to date, I apologize, as of December 31st, was 4.19%, which is approximately $5.9 million. I do want to bring to your attention that based on the burn rate or the capacity left on the contract or that's on the contract, we've only used approximately 30.31% of the contract award value. Contract number 3003, that's the campus improvements project, and that particular contract includes the new administration and police facility, new maintenance facility, and storage area, to name a few items that this contract covers. Has a contract award value of approximately $23.4 million. There was a notice to proceed issued on August 28th, 2020. And there is a DBE subcontracting goal for 23%. What you see on this particular line is that the prime has paid the subcontractor approximately $137,000 prior to being paid by MDTA. So we wanted to reflect that we did have validated payment from the sub related to this line item, although we have not paid the prime at this particular time. Contracts numbers AE 3049, 3050, 3051. These 3 contracts are related to construction management inspection services for the project, primarily for NICE Bridge project, but these are authority-wide contracts as well. I should note that. The notice to proceed for these contracts was November 14th, 2018, and they all have a DBE subcontracting goal of 26%. Now, these 3 contracts, DBE performance as of December 31st was 8.98%, $140,000, 22.76%, $365,000, and 16.14%, which is $226,000 respectively. Now, I also want to share with you that the capacity that has been utilized on the contract, or the burn rates for the contract, are 10.4%, 10.69%, and 9.32% respectively. Before I move on, or may I move on to the next page 6, unless you have questions that we can answer. Okay.
Thank you so much, Tawanda. And first, let me just say welcome as well. I have a quick question. It's probably more for Percy. When I was reading that memo, is that the amazing Normitha Goodrum helping us that I used to work with at State Highway?
It absolutely is, Secretary Slater. It is the amazing Normitha Goodrum. She came out of retirement to help us with this project, so we're excited.
I opened that memo and got a quick smile. So it's good to see that name. But any questions from members of the board? So please continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. On page 6 of the memorandum, this table depicts the Minority Business Enterprise Program contract participation by contracting area for the period of July 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Now, the state of Maryland's MBE program aspirational goal is 29%. MDTA's performance as of December 31st was 23.63%, or approximately 56.7 million. In support of this table, or I like to call a subtable in support of this table, is on page 7 of your memorandum. And table 3 depicts the Minority Business Enterprise Program participation by business classification and contracting area. So essentially, we took the $56.7 million that were awarded to MBE firms and delineated that by the MBE types of businesses that we recognize and their participation dollars. So this is what that table depicts. On page 8, which is table 4 and 5, Table 4 depicts the Small Business Reserve Program utilization. The state of Maryland Small Business Reserve Program goal is 15%, and MDTA's performance as of December 31st, 2020 was 2.42%, or $10.9 million. Table 5 depicts the veteran-owned small business enterprise contract participation by contracting area, and the state of Maryland's veteran-owned small business enterprise participation goal is 1%. MDTA's veteran-owned small business enterprise performance as of December 31st was 0.95%, or approximately 2.5 million. That concludes the Civil Rights and Fair Practice Team's quarterly update. We are available to answer the board's questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Livingston. I don't have any questions. Any questions from members of the board?
Good report.
Thank you so much. And again, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. Make it a great day on purpose.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move on to Member Gaines to give an update on our Human Resources Committee. Natalie, was he able to come back to us?
Member Gaines, you're on mute.
All right, didn't know. Yeah, I'm here, and we met in February. After the date I don't have in front of me, but and we on February 11th, there it is. So some of the highlights we heard about the Office of Human Resources, and had a rundown of all the different human resource and workforce development activities for the year. We heard a report on the recruitment and examinations unit update on, and we talked a good bit about the hiring freeze and the process by which we could hire people under the freeze. And I think I wrote down that we had hired 127 employees in the year 2020. Sounds like a lot, but I think 55% of them were hired in the first quarter before the COVID restrictions came on, and then we hired another 25% in the second quarter when it was, again, when the COVID restrictions were getting in place. So since then, it's been a little bit meager, and I think make the replacements that are necessary. We got a report on the environmental technician classification series. It's a newly created environmental technician that we're using in all our maintenance facilities. We will be using it. I guess it got to the point where they needed to have somebody and pretty much in every facility that was really up to speed on all the clean water, discharge permits, and any environmental issues, chemicals. I mean, it's a whole litany of details that we didn't really have expertise in every place. So that's going to engender some a new career path for some people, as they will. We will have someone hired in each of those areas. There'll be, I think, 3 levels: tier 1, 2, and 3. And I think that they will still be doing other tasks, but they will be trained in these issues to keep our nose clean with all the new regulations. And then lastly, we heard about unemployment insurance fraud and how it's invaded our workplace. And it's, I haven't heard too much about it in the papers, but just to give you some details, in 19, we had 49 unemployment claims through our agency. 0 were deemed fraudulent. In 2020, we had 165 claims, of which 24 were deemed fraudulent. And then in January of this year, there were 35 claims, of which 21 were deemed fraudulent. So and it's not fraud on the part of our employees, it's people coming in and mimicking, they're claiming to be our employees, filing for unemployment. And I guess it's a big problem around the state. I read where the state had 47,000 cases. So that's I haven't seen too much of it in the papers, but it's astounding. So, and we're trying to, part of our Human Resources Committee is trying to figure out ways to prevent and debunk these fraudulent claims against our employees. Employees can actually get stuck in the undertow from these things if we don't get on it right away. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Great. Thank you so much, Member Gaines. Yeah, that is an issue we're dealing with statewide on these unemployment claims. And it's not just Maryland, it's multiple states. So, we've had some of our employees have claims filed in their name in multiple states. And so we've been working pretty closely with the Department of Labor to get that. We're not alone in that issue. It's statewide. And I think as public employees, sometimes your information is out there, but it's certainly very concerning when you're an employee and you get something in the mail that says somebody has kind of filed that. So, we're trying to support our employees as best we can. Also report it criminally and those types of things so that we can minimize any impact to our employees at all. I have one question just kind of raised for the group. It's something we're dealing with really department-wide, I think state government-wide. Last year, we had a record low number of people retiring. And I think it's a couple of things. It's this COVID environment. And, as you know, a lot of state employees, it's very rare that they retire and really retire. Maybe they'll go out and work in the private sector or something along that line. And I think it's just not a great environment. But to that point, I think that my concern is that as we start to come out of these health issues, that we are going to have a large number of folks then retire for a variety of reasons. And I think that we just need to be prepared for that and be ready to recruit and train and that type of thing. Is that something that the Human Resources Committee has talked about at all?
I had not heard about the low level of retirements being a problem. I can see what you mean about that. I think they're ready, willing, able to do the hiring. I think we have a good staff there, and I think likewise with the training, we're very well organized on that end. Unfortunately, the hiring process still takes a while. We've been working on lowering them, and we have, but it still takes months to get somebody in there. You need to add that, Tanya?
It does.
Yes, for the good of the order, Tanya Dorsey, Human Resources Director. We are looking at our metrics and watching them closely with regards to people retiring and trying to watch our trends. So that is something that we try to share with the HR committee periodically. And so, yes, that is one of the metrics that we are watching fairly closely, because it will require our office, obviously, to put it into full gear, as well as when we come out of the hiring freeze. That is something that will cause us to have to ramp up, because we don't want to have a backlog when everybody wants to hire all at the same time and they're descending on our office. So those are things that we're trying to put some actions in place now so that we'll be ready.
Great. Thank you so much, Tanya. Any, Percy, did you want to add something?
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, Percy Dangerfield for the record, CAO. One of the things that that the office prepared for, the team prepared for, if you probably remember, not too long ago, there was a potential change in the retirement plans and the medical plans for the state. So there was an anticipation of a pretty large exodus of employees. So at that time, we actually did begin to do some preliminary planning, some contingency plans, really focus on succession planning and things of that nature when that potential retirement purge was gonna happen. So I think if necessary, we can definitely look at some of the things we've done in the past and some of the plans we had already put in place to address this issue if it happens.
Great, thank you. Any questions from members of the board? Great, thank you, everyone. Let's move on to the audit committee. Now, Member Cox, you were going to get a little help with this one.
Yeah, Member Von Paris, the Chairman Emeritus, who graciously took over with the assistance of Member Artinger. I think he will have the report to us.
Great.
Okay. Well, I hate to disappoint, but it's not going to take 10 minutes, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect.
Okay. Have a brief report. And thank you, Member Cox. The audit committee met on March 11th, 2021. The Office of Audits is on track to complete the 10 audits in the fiscal year 2021 audit plan. 4 are complete and 3 are in process. The fiscal year 2021 enterprise-wide risk assessment and proposed fiscal year 2022 audit plan was presented. 2 internal audit reports were presented, capital budget and program audits, and license plate reader LPR compliance audit. The committee was satisfied with the results of the audits, and our Chief Financial Officer provided a verbal update on Office of Legislative Audits, OLA audit. And that completes my report, Mr. Chairman and Member Cox.
Thank you, Member Ron Paris.
Thank you much for taking over.
Any questions for members of the committee?
Member Artinger. Member Jimmy, he didn't chime in too much, but now he's back on.
Any questions from members of the board? Great, thanks so much. And just thank you to Member Ron Paris for stepping in on that one and helping out.
My pleasure.
Let me move on to our final item on the agenda is our Executive Director's report from Jim Ports.
Okay, I'm going to follow Member Von Paris's lead and keep this short. So you already heard about the open letter that we sent out. That was an open letter to our customers, letting them know about the customer service challenges that we've had. I think it was pretty well received. It's one of the things that Secretary Slater has been wanting us to do as far as reaching out to our customers. So I think it worked out really well. Also, we published a commentary on the Bay Bridge crossing study, which you heard from Heather about. There's a lot of controversy on that on that report, as well as some folks in Queen Anne's County had a environmental group kind of do a study against it. We have not received that report. We're looking forward to receiving that, and then we'll comment once we have the opportunity to do that. As you heard today from Deb and Will, Go Live draws very near, and in that respect, we have Drive. I just want to remind you that we have Drive Easy MD, which is going to be branding our new website. So I know it's been about a year since we gave that report, so I just wanted to remind you that's coming up. That website is phenomenal, especially compared to what we have now, and we're really excited about moving on into that. We will likely have an opportunity to have you review that site and kind of take a sneak peek at it, if you will, and we'll hear more on that in a little bit. And of course, it's very difficult to believe that we have been at this COVID thing for a year now. And I do just want to highlight a few things. You know, you heard from David Goldsboro today. Like I said before, phenomenal guy, Division of Information Technology. The work that he and his team did was unbelievable with the amount of technology, software, and hardware requests that we had with people, you know, working virtually. It was an unbelievable task, and his entire team stepped up with his leadership to make it work. Of course, we have the frontline folks who've been working out on the highways, not just plowing snow, but working with people and that are stranded on the highways, and of course, all of our police officers in various places, port, airport, as well as on the highways, protecting the traveling public. Have done a phenomenal job. The Division of Communications has done an outstanding job. Quite frankly, just streaming these meetings was a new thing that we had to endeavor, and along with really reaching out to our customers with some of the challenge we have, and with the transition for information, and with the marketing, with the modernization effort, which you all are well aware of. So, and of course, I can't forget the Office of Engineering with Will Pines, done a fantastic job. You know, we've completed a lot of projects ahead of time. The 895 viaduct was completed ahead of time. We're ahead on the Nice Middleton Bridge, and we've completed other projects well ahead of time, as you know, the Bay Bridge overlay. And then, of course, the Division of Finance, who's been extremely busy trying to make sure that our capital budgets are in line with what we need to reach our policy, as well as our mandated numbers as far as debt service. And so kudos to them, because they've done an outstanding job also. And you heard what happened with the bond sale and the credit rating. You know, those things just don't happen. They happen when people are really paying attention and doing the right thing. And we really did get ahead of those issues. We didn't wait for things to happen. We were proactive, not reactive. And I think that was extremely helpful. And then just to close out my remarks, we mentioned it's the 50th anniversary of the MDTA. And actually this month, the Francis Scott Key Bridge opened in 1977. And course, that created a new link for the Baltimore area, another crossing, if you will, of the bay, and a key factor in our legacy program. So with that, I'll finish my report and wish everybody a great weekend.
Thank you, Jim. I got a preview of that Drive Easy MD website, and it really does take a very complicated website today and make it like a one-stop shop, very easy to navigate for anything you want to do. MDTA, whether it's video toll, whether it's Easy Pass, no matter what, I think it's going to be very, very well received. So I'm looking forward to having the board take a look at that. Any questions for members of the board for Jim? Great, thanks so much. That concludes our agenda today. So unless there is any further business, I'll just get a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
And just remember, Mr. Chairman, make sure that Member Gaines has a good match today and he wins. I mean, you know,
I'm late.
You know,
We already switched shirts. He was wearing green, now he's wearing orange.
Orioles.
That's right. Have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for your time.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.